Looks like Eskom's having fun with us today and making things very, very exciting, no doubt about it. But yes, welcome. We are back with you, and we are just about ready to start with our 6-hour event running from 2 o'clock right through until this evening, 8 o'clock. So as they work their way around, it looks like the front row is going to be Chris Shorter. That's going to be the man on P1 pole position. It's going to be Byron Mitchell alongside him. The frequent flyer, Troy Dolenchik's in there as well. Luke Bekesi and Jacques Butter. Looks like we're just about ready to go racing.
Well, this is going to be 6 hours of Le Mans. The safety car is off, and we are green for 6 hours, beginning of lap number 1. As they begin to work their way around, it is Chris Shorter from Byron Mitchell, Troy Dolenchik, Luke Bekesi, and Jacques Butter. That is the first 5 cars that you see busy working their way around. And Luke Bekesi of Team Pantera Racing sitting there in that 3rd position. He's been challenged. He has been challenged there by Jacques Butter, but it's Lucchesi that holds that position. Behind Jacques Butter, it's Luke King. Then in that 7th position for Durant Motorsport is Jason Kutsia. He is in that the top 7. Then Keegan Masters for Weekend Warriors is coming through as well. Behind him, it is Willem Botha. Right on his case there is Corne, Priet Atinagel, and Jan Sparmers. They're all in the mix as they work their way down that Mulzaan Straight. The long Mulzaan Straight in P13 for Team Heap Together Links is a 000 of Jan Sparmers. He pulls in there behind the 72 car. But just ahead of them and leading the field is Chris Shorter. And he is 9/10 of a second behind Byron Mitchell. But Mitchell's got Troy Dolenchik all over his back end. Then there's a bit of a gap before we see the next car come to. Luke Lucchesi, Jacques Butter, Jason Kutsia is right on the back wing there of Jacques Butter. And Butter is all over the back end there of Luke Lucchesi. And that's Lucchesi. Lucchesi got sent packing earlier on here in the opening sessions. Have a look at Lucchesi. Boom, there goes Lucchesi. And that is the end of Lucchesi for now. He's going to have to come back from at least mid-pack.
Well, somehow he seems to have been involved in accidents and incidents aplenty. Somehow it's just not worked out for him. Let's go back to the front end of the field. It is Chris Shorter that is leading out there from Byron Mitchell. Troy Dolenchik in that 3rd position. Look how close Troy is. He's closing up onto the back there of Byron Mitchell. So that front 3 is going to be getting away pretty quickly. And here comes that chasing pack. It's going to be Luke King that's in there just behind Jason Kutsia. Then the next one through is going to be Keegan Masters. Look at that. Racked, packed and stacked behind them. Lucchesi recovering. But he's got some close attention from behind there from Willem Botha.
Well, we're looking at the gap between first and last. If we can put up the intervals, then we'll see how close exactly they are to each other. At this point in time, we're looking at the gap between first and second, first and third, first and fifth, etc. So they are busy racing down the long straight there. That is working their way around. Willem Botha sitting out there in that 9th position. Willem is 7.7 seconds behind Chris Shorter at this point in time. So it is Shorter that sits out there in P1 from Byron Mitchell from Troy Dolenchik. That is in the elite category. In the Masters, it's Luke Lucchesi from Willem Botha from Sandro Bakari. Willem Botha is there in 2nd position behind Bakari. And on track, he sits there behind Luke Lucchesi. But it's all about Chris Shorter that is busy working his way around.
Chris Shorter doing a brilliant job at this stage of the fight. There's no doubt about it. He's got the hammer down and he's doing a brilliant time out there of making sure that he stretches that pack out just a little bit. Let's look at the gains and losses. Front 3 exactly the same. Jason Kutsia swapping there with Jacques Butter. Luke Lucchesi, even though he was taken out, holding onto his position. And then from Willem Botha down, everybody moving up just a little bit to be able to make up some ground. So Troy Dolenchik looking pretty strong on the back end of that front three. There's Troy over there and looking out of the front window. Well, it must be quite tempting to be able to have a go at this stage of the fight, but you don't really want to get involved in door handle to door handle battles at this stage of the fight. It's preferable to rather just stick it out there in that third position, holding sway to within a second of Chris Shorter. That's what it's all about. But if we go just a little bit further back, look at Jason Kutsia. Now, Jason Kutsia finds himself already 3 seconds behind that group. He might then pull along with him in the not too distant future Luke Lucchese, but Luke is a fair distance further back, and he's going to have to do some serious drafting to be able to close up just a little bit closer. Troy Dolenchik on the move. Troy Dolenchik's to within 2.2 of a second right now, and he looks like he is wanting to not just circulate in that position, he wants to move himself just a little bit further up. Look at the result there of that tailgating and picking up that stream down the long straight. And nope, he's not going to go for the move. It's too close to the corner. He's very, very good at sitting right on your back bumper, and then he brakes just a little bit earlier to make sure that he doesn't overbrake himself and cause any problems. And then somehow he manages to catch back up to you again. So that's pretty much the closest battle out there. Is he close enough this time to Byron Mitchell? Man, that just won himself lots of prize money in the last couple of days in terms of iRacing prize money, 30,000, 20,000 and 10,000 for that National GTE series that was finalized in the last week now. So Troy Dolenchik onto the back of high-flying Byron Mitchell. You see, he lifts off just a little bit quicker as they go into the corner. And somehow through the corner, he makes up that space already and then gets himself back into play. So there's your front group of 3, and going a little bit further back, there we go. There is Jason C. In behind him is Luke King, and then the recovering man after that is Luke Lucchese. Now there's Luke coming down the road. He finds himself still first in class. He's ahead there of Jacques Porter, Corne Brett. Remember, that is a different class. And then there's Tinachel as well. Second in class behind Luke is in fact Sandra Bakari in the Scuderia Bakari team, and I think Sandra Bakari's got the young Divan Lazarus, the son of Herman Lazarus, that's going to be joining him on board for today's 6 hour. Third overall in class, right there behind them, that is Willem Botha. And I must say, Willem Botha is very, very close. He's right there where he needs to be. Graham Stephen finds himself in the mix there, but a little bit further back there is Robbie Teens. So Robbie Teens is going to have to close that gap just a little bit if he wants to pick up the slipstream as such. Troy Dolenchik still on the back there of Byron Mitchell, but Byron Mitchell now starting to lose ground to Chris Shorter. Wow, the man that came out over all tops in the GTE series, struggling a little bit there for pace to hold on to Chris Shorter. Is he trying to play the long game? I wouldn't say so at this stage of the fight. I would think if Byron Mitchell could level out on Chris Shorter at this stage of the fight, he would actually do that. Chris looking very, very strong right up front, and looking back from Chris Shorter, well, you can see he's already making decent headway to get away from the rest of the pack. Down into the first of those tight corners he goes, and Chris Shorter leading out Byron Mitchell, Troy Dolenchik. Where's Jason? There comes Jason Kutsia. Luke Lucchese. Sorry, first of all, Luke King. Then there is Luke Lucchese. Then Jacques Porter, the next man to come through there. And then Corne Brett is also there there and thereabouts. And don't forget about the likes of Tinachel. Tinachel is doing very, very well recently. He finds himself 9th overall is Atinachel. But Willem Botha, a little bit further down the back, but 2nd overall in class is Willem Botha. And you can expect that Willem Botha is going to be very, very effective out there, irrespective of what's happened in the opening couple of laps. Sandra Bakari trying to have a look at making up one position. Remember, that's the fight for 2nd and 3rd in class. That's Sandra Bakari in there behind Willem Botha.
Right, so there's 19 driver car combinations out there on the circuit. We're having a look at that 72. That is Sandro Bakari coming through there. Busy working his way through. Sandro Bakari is sitting second in a class. As a matter of fact, he drops down to third because he gets it all wrong, does Sandro Bakari. And that has now released Willem Botha to move up second into the Masters class behind overall class leader Luke Lucchesi. Sandro Bakari still sitting there in that third position in Masters, and his 3.5 seconds is Sandro behind Willem Botha now. Botha disappearing down the road into that right-hander. Robbie Teens is in there. He is in fourth position in the Masters. He's 2.1 seconds is Robbie Teens behind Sandro Bakari, followed there by Mike Verrier and by Jan Sparmers. That is your first 6 cars in the Masters category. As we have a look at the Scuderia Bakari Dallara LNP2 sports car of Sandro Bakari, working his way around, sitting third in class. But we look at Dollarcheck. Dollarcheck sits third overall and third in the elites, and he is only 0.3 of a second behind Byron Mitchell. That is first, second, and third in class and overall that you see coming out of the Ford curves, making their way down the home straight. And Chris Shorter is the quickest man out there. 3 minutes 29.702 there for Chris Shorter. He disappears off the left-hand side of your screen, does Chris Shorter. Byron Mitchell in that second place, being hassled and mugged by this young gun, Dollarcheck. There's 0.3 of a second between him and Mitchell that's just ahead of him. And I just picked up on the screen, it went off now, but Luke Lucchesi has just posted the quickest time out for the Masters. He is sitting first overall in the Masters, but I think he's about 5th or 6th overall on the circuit. So Dollarcheck, there you see that $17 of Dollarcheck for Team LDR in that third position, and he's still 0.4 of a second behind Mitchell, and the car that you see disappearing just off your screen, that is your class and overall leader, Chris Shorter.
Chris Shorter doing a brilliant job there. We see Chris on screen, and I didn't expect him to be able to pull that quickly, to be very honest, away from Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell bringing Troy Dollarcheck with him, and Troy's not scared to do the follow-on. Not scared whatsoever. He will stick right there as long as he needs to. And I wonder if he's actually doing a bit of lift and coast, frankly, because if you can get that close, you can dive out. He doesn't dive out at all. I think he is trying to save a bit of juice by doing a lift and coast, and that's why he stays right in underneath the back diffuser of the car in front of him. Makes no attempt to try and pass you whatsoever, so you get kind of comfortable and you say, okay, fine. He's not going to go for the passing maneuver, but Byron Mitchell's going to have to get the hammer down. Chris Shorter is starting to dictate this one, and we are only 12.5 minutes in, and Chris Shorter is starting to stamp his mark on this one.
Well, there's still a long way to go. Remember, we got 6 hours. Then coming out to the bottom of your screen there, that is Jason Kutsia that you see heading towards us. And Jason Kutsia's got Luke King right in there behind him. And then behind Luke King, sitting first, second, 5th overall, but first in the Masters is Luke Lucchesi. Remember, you got sent back in earlier on down that Mulzahn straight, and has to now play recovery mode. Yes, he is leading his class for sure, but he's sitting 5th overall. 9.1 seconds behind him is Jacques Botha. Jacques Botha is 5th in the elite category. Remember, elite is drivers up until the age of, I think it's 16 till 39. And then from 40 years on, you have got the Masters. The yellow is elite, the blue is the Masters, and there is a Corne Breed in the IRSA Racing green outfit. He is 2.9 seconds behind Jacques Botha is Corne Breed, and then Atinagel is 1.5 seconds behind Corne Breed, and he is also in the elite category for IRSA Racing red Atinagel.
Graham Stephen, I think with Luke King somehow entered incorrectly, because Luke King and Graham Stephen show first and second in a class which does not exist. So I think they've made a slight error there. But if we look at that, that in fact is the overall standing, so it gives you a correct idea. Graham Stephen is in effect a 10th overall out there on circuit.
Yeah, there is Graham Stephen that's sitting second in the Masters to Luke Lucchese. He's Graham Stephen for Spey Stevens. That's probably Peter van der Spey and Graham Stevens. So they got their team called Spey Stevens. Yeah, that is a little bit out the box thinking there for them. Then Jonty Weiss in their lead category. Jonty is sitting 8th overall and is 9.8 seconds behind Ati Nagel. Then we've got Robbie Teens. Now, Robbie Teens is second in the Masters category for the Teens Bolt Racing outfit. Second in class. And he is 23 seconds behind Jonty Weiss at this point in time is Robbie Teens. So way down the leaderboard, he is in mid-pack, but he is sitting second in class is Robbie Teens with Sander Bakari. That is 6.5 seconds behind Robbie Teens, but Bakari is third in class. This is a replay. Robbie Teens with Teen Bolt.
This is where he, in fact, I think, passed Sandra Bakari. Yep, that's Sandra Bakari. That's on the off track at the back there. And that time that it took him to get back on the circuit and then pick up pace again, that's what made the difference with Sandra Bakari going off. Let's have a look at that Sandra Bakari crash from a little bit closer. There's Sandra Bakari just ahead there of Robbie Teens. Picks up a bit of curbstone, picks up more curbstone, makes it through slightly offline on the second section, and then to get it right, it's a wide turning circle. Doesn't take that access road on the outside, comes back across the grass. Seconds just ticking away. Eventually, Sandra gets it back on circuit. So that is where that man, Robbie Teens, got it all together, and he's got himself a pretty decent gap now, does Robbie Teens from Sandra Bakari. And if we look at that one, there comes Robbie Teens. And let's see how long it takes for Sandra to come into view. There Sandra comes now. That's a lot of time to make up. So let's have a look at the last lap times that they were doing. And you'll see Robbie Teens at 3:35, Sandra 3:34.2. So it's 0.8 of a second. So it's realistically possible that the Scuderia Bakari racing outfit, who I do believe will be in with Divan Lazarus, the son of Herman Lazarus, and it looks like Robbie Teens is going to have to keep the hammer down. Fastest lap time out there, still being the top man in the pack, that is Chris Shorter. He's doing a lovely job out there. We're going to go off for a couple of seconds, and we're going to pick up some additional information for you in the background, and we will be coming back to you shortly. Right, just sorting out some of the finer details in the background. Thanks to Eskom, actually had a bit of a blowout by Jaco Steyn and took him out at a very crucial point when we were just about to go in. Apologies to those that were affected by it. Unfortunately, there was one or two fellows that went in incorrectly, entered into it, which forced a situation where Jaco couldn't amend where they are on the leaderboards to show under Elite and Masters, thus the need to put up a second server, and with the second server obviously comes some challenges to sort out the finer details. So let's hope that that one sorts itself out. Luke King and Graham Stephen showing in a class of their own. Not sure exactly how they got it right to enter like that, but we will try and track them as best we possibly can. So having a look at the let's have a look at the overall first of all to see how that one plays out. There's Chris Shorter, the last of that. Ooh, he's gone even quicker. That is the last time, and it's also his best time as well. So let's take that information away now that we've got that together. So it's Chris Shorter that's leading out there by a very healthy margin. There comes that second place battle, that being Byron Mitchell and Troy Dolenchik. And as we said, is he just doing a follow through? I think he is just saving petrol at this stage of the fight. Luke Lucchese has already moved his way up. Remember, he's the top man in the seniors, and he is blindingly quick out there. Although he got knocked off, he got it all back together again pretty quickly, and he now has moved himself up into that 4th overall. Next up, that's that man over there, Luke King. Now, he does not have the correct insignias alongside him in terms of IRSA and iRacing, so we'll have to try and pick up as the day goes on where he's going to fit into the elite or into the seniors group. Jason Kutsia, 4th overall out there representing Durant Motorsport. It's Durant Motorsport 9 is Jason Kutsia, so he finds himself 5th out on circuit and 4th overall in class. Jacques Butte, 5th in class. There he comes along there. There is Jacques Butte, and he's starting to now break away from that man behind him. You'll see him in the mirror, but it's a long, long way back. 6 seconds. Corner Brett. Atti Nagel once again in the mix is Atti Nagel. Pretty far down in terms of team racing, but right in there behind the Corner Brett. And then it's Jonty Weiss is the next man that's in there. There's Jonty Weiss. And Jonty's got an 8.9 second gap between himself and the top 10 overall in the race, which is basically putting him in 10th place overall out there. Then we've got Robbie Teens second in class. Remember, Robbie Teens got ahead of Sandra Bakari. We showed you that replay. Sandra Bakari running a little bit wide, and that cost him pretty badly. In fact, 6 seconds it cost him at that stage of the fight. And well, now there's even a slightly bigger gap than that, because Keegan Masters now drops in between the two of them. Keegan Masters finds himself 9th overall in class, 13th out there on circuit. Keep in mind that Luke and Graham Stephen pops in there as well when we actually click on them. So after Keegan Masters, Sandra Bakari, that's the man that went off. And once Sandra Bakari got going again, well, then it was a long way back at that stage of the fight. For those of you that missed it, what happened to Sandra Bakari in terms of losing that position? Let's give you a long shot. It comes through the first of those tight little S's, gets the line slightly off on the first one, climbs the curbstone too much. Now the recovery, you look at that dark section on the outside. If he had stayed there, he would have probably got back to the track a little bit quicker. Coming through the sand, look how long it takes to get through there, and then you're only starting to come back up onto pace at that stage of the fight. So that did cost him pretty badly, but he's made up pretty decently from there. 10th in class, Janeman Prius. He's got the team heat together car out there. That's the number 38, and he finds himself quite a long way down. Well, there's a new name for us, Frankie. 11th in class. That is Sam Van Holst. by the looks of it.
Sam Van Alst, yes, that's how you would pronounce it, for Goldwing Motorsport.
How well do you know your flags? What country is that?
I know they are. Well, I can tell you, it comes from Europe. That's that's all that I can tell you.
Oh, that's a good start.
But he's you would pronounce it Sam Van Alst, and welcome to Sam for joining our 6 hour. And Sam Van Alst is 17 seconds behind Janeman Prius at this point in time, with Mike Verrier 35 seconds behind. Van Alst is Mike Verrier for April 24/7 and Sujin Properties. You have a replay here at Mike, and that is Van Alst that's just there ahead of him, and a little bit of a lock up there by Mike Verrier. And he was right on the case of Van Alst at that point in time, and then he made that mistake and dropped a bit further down behind Sam Van Alst. So Van Alst finds himself he's racing out there in the elite category, and it's pretty difficult to say exactly where he's on the leaderboard, because we've got the Masters first, second, third all in between the elite. So while I can tell you that Van Alst is not in the top five, the top five is Shorter, Mitchell, Golachek, Kutsia, and Buerta. And the Masters is Lucchese, Teens, Bakari, Verrier, Sparmers, and Willem Buerta in the Masters category. So there is a Jan Sparmers. He's sitting fifth in the elite category, I think he falls into, does Jan Sparmers, and he's 9.1 seconds behind Mike Verrier.
Mario Kowals, 12th in class, out on circuit, finds himself quite a long way down. Does Kowals. I'm pretty sure that he was involved in an incident earlier on, because I see he's made a couple of passing maneuvers. If I look back at the replays, and while there's been so many offs, it's difficult to try. Oh, he's been into the pits. There we go. So he must have had an incident earlier on. There you can see that Mario was coming out of the pits as such. So probably find that he had some extensive damage on his car, and for that reason making a early pit stop, out of sync pit stop as such. Now Janeman Prius has had an incident earlier on, and we'll see if we can pick up that one. That's Janeman Prius, and then he had a second incident thereafter as well. There was the first incident in which he was involved, and then just recently now, Janeman Prius, there he is. Got another replay of him. Probably now, Frankie, pushing very hard, trying to catch up that lost ground and just losing the tail end. You can see the marks of the previous person that did the same size exercise there. And another man that's very seldom we find him going off the circuit, Willem Buerta, the Gazoo Racing team. That's in the Masters. That lovely Toyota Gazoo colors, just going into hard. Cameraman standing watching him there, and he gets that one all together and gets it back in line again. So let's go back to the front end of the field, and it's Chris Shorter. I think it was with the situation that happened earlier on where some of the guys went in and loaded incorrectly. Once you've gone in and you've loaded incorrectly, you can't change it. So to try and assist those that had gone in incorrectly, that new server was opened up, and I think that's where that problem came into it. Coming back to a problem, Troy Dolenchik. Now, we know that the Durant Motorsport guys are very much set on team tactics and getting all the timing right for when you stop, when you take tires on, if you refuel full or not. I think, looking at the way Troy Dolenchik was riding, that Troy Dolenchik was looking to get himself. Chris Shorter has entered the pit lane. He missed out on that one. So there's the first of the pit stops as he comes into the pits. So Troy Dolenchik, I believe, was just lifting and coasting to get into a situation where he saves fuel, stays within touch of the front end of the field, and then can go for a shorter pit stop like that, doing the leapfrog. But keep in mind that what has happened since is that Byron Mitchell has dropped off from the front end of the field, and that created a situation where I think you'll probably find that Troy has now had to make a plan, go past, and not let the lead man get away from them too quickly. The guys are starting to pile into the pits.
Jason Gutierrez in the pit, Jacques Buerta's in the pits, John Device is in the pits, Sander Bakari is in the pits. So half an hour into this race, it is the first round of routine pit stops. There is John Device that is in the pits, Bakari is in the pits, Jason Gutierrez is making his way out of the pit area. That is Sander Bakari stopping there in his box. Janeman Prius is also making his way into the pit area for Team Deep Together in that 38 LMP2 Dallara. But out on track, these are now on circuit, first and second out there. That is Troy Dolenchik and Byron Mitchell. Luke Lucchese is there in that third position and leading the Masters. But as you see it on screen, there's 0.4 of a second between Dolenchik and Mitchell as they race down that world famous Mulsanne straight at Le Mans. And no, that's heading towards the end of Mulsanne. Now they're going into Indianapolis. So that is making your way out of Mulsanne into Indianapolis, I think, if my facts are right. I'll confirm that with you now as we keep an eye on them.
Frankie,
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's correct. Frankie, just look there on the left-hand side. Keegan Masters for shorter. They are the highest up of everybody that's done a pit stop. But Keegan Masters did it on lap number 1, so he was involved with that initial pile-up that there was. Keegan Masters went in on lap 9, like most of the other people, for instance, Jason Garcia. Luke Lucchese hasn't come in, Robbie Teens hasn't come in, Mike Verrier went in on lap number 1, Jan Spalmers went in on lap number 2. So Divan Lazarus is the only man in the Masters category that's actually gone into the pits, come back out again, and wasn't involved with that initial incident. So I think that Troy Dolenchik's probably going to have to come into the pits this time around.
Well, remember, in the earlier stages of this 6 hour, Dolenchik was all over the back there of Mitchell and never made one attempt to go past him. In other words, he can go half throttle or 3/4 of a throttle and then hang in there with him. But I think they're both going to come into the pits, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The weirdest thing is that Dolenchik lifted off, and
yes,
he allowed Mitchell to take the lead away from him when they went into pit lane. Luke Lucchese makes his way into the pits, and right behind him is Luke King, that is also making his way into pit lane.
Next man coming through is going to be Ati Nagel, third in class, but he's a long way further back. And there he comes down now towards that pit entrance. Is he going to dive in as well? Yes, he does. And the next man coming through behind him, Corne Breet, has gone through. So Corne Breet decides not time for me to go into the pits yet, and he bumps himself further up the leaderboard. Always interesting to see where they actually come in. Byron Mitchell still sitting in the pits. Luke Lucchese sitting in the pits. Elroy Weiss is in there. Luke King is in there as well. Ati Nachel's just pulled into the pit. So has Graham Stevens, the next one that's coming in there now as well. On his way out, looks like it's going to be Chris Shorter that comes out of the pits. Yep, Chris Shorter comes out of the pits, and he now, after one stop, finds himself behind Keegan Masters and Corne Brett. But Corne Brett hasn't stopped yet.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell is also busy making his way out onto the circuit. As we watch Chris Shorter out there, there is Mitchell. He's just made his way out of the pit area. And if we stay with this shot, there you see the track that veers off to the right, where those cones are. That is the Grand Prix circuit that turns off to the right there, as the rest of these guys make their way onto the endurance track. Elroy Weiss also busy coming out of the pit area as well. Is Elroy, and Ati Nachel for IRSA Racing Red is making his way out. Here comes Graham Stephen. He came into the pits, did what he needed to do there, and Graham Stephen coming out. Robbie Teens is still there in pit lane, and somebody else that's also coming into the pits there is the number 4 car, and here comes Mario Kowars in car number 6 that's making his way into the pit lane.
Surely Corne Brett's got to come in soon. He's the only man out on track that has not done a pit stop so far, so he's obviously, well, let's hope that he makes this lap complete to the end. I take it everybody would have fueled fat all the way that they can to the nozzle on the initial load up. I can't see that the whole pack would have short loaded on fuel to try and get an advantage at the beginning. Either way, Corne Brett finds himself ahead of Keegan Masters, Chris Shorter, and Byron Mitchell. Luke Lucchese's got the better part of 4 of the elite cars between himself and the balance of the pack. Jan Spammers is now the man that is on board, and well, that's going to be his first stint out there, and that's the team heaped together links entry. And that team heaped together links, I'm just trying to pick up who all is in that one. That is Jan Spammers, but not sure who his teammate is going to be.
Yeah, Jan Spammers out there. He is sitting, Jan is out there, and he is in the Masters category. Is Jan Spammers, Corne Brett for IRSA Racing Green. Corne Brett is in the Masters category and still right up in front, but has not put that Dallara into the pit area yet. So he's going to have to make a move sometime. He currently is 4.1 seconds ahead there of Keegan Masters.
Surely he's going to come in.
He's going to have to, because it's nearly 40 minutes done.
Yep.
39 to be exact. Yep. And yes, Corne Brett dives into pit lane, and he will be the last of them to come into the pit.
Keegan Masters coming in
again. That is now a second pit stop within a lap or so for Keegan Masters.
Does that mean Chris? I always thought Chris Shorter was going to go in as well. So Chris Shorter goes back to the front end of the field. There is Byron Mitchell. He's already done his singleton pit stop. He doesn't have to go in again. So Byron Mitchell's looking pretty fine. And there's a big gap between himself and Luke Lucchese. Let's see if we can pick them up in the same camera shot. Yes, we can. There comes Luke Lucchese and Luke King in there behind him. And then Jason Kutsia just about holding on to them, almost close enough to pick up a drop. Oh, Lucchese went wide. Lucchese went wide, and that is going to be a change-up. Yes, it is. Jason Kutsia says, one mistake, it's all I need. Just one mistake, and I'm past.
Well, he's lost 2 positions there because King has nailed him, and then Jason Kutsia has nailed him again. So he's going to have to try and make a comeback there as Keegan Masters rolls out of the pit area and back out onto the circuit. There's a car that's busy making its way out behind him as well, as we watch Corne Brett come out of the pit area. So the 2 of them came out of the pits at exactly the same time, and Corne Brett is in there. He's in that 6th, 7th position is Corne Brett, and he is out on track now. And in that 88 car is Corne Brett. And then just behind him is the 000 of Jan Sparmers, and Jan is in the Masters category.
Yep, and doing a lovely job in the Masters category, second overall. He is the same way as Luke Keys. He's got himself a bit of a buffer of cars between himself and anybody else in his cars. Jan Sparmers has got Keegan Masters and Atti Nagel in between himself and the next man that's in class. Graham Stephen, as you see, doesn't show up there on the board until we pop him in there like that, and that is where he finds himself overall. Oh dear, Divan Lazarus out on circuit, and things have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, Divan Lazarus, it's a replay. He's for Scuderia Bakari. Divan Lazarus, this is a replay. This is heading, this is when you're coming out of the pit area, and that's no, that is that is a 72 car. So he is accompanying Sandro Bakari in that 72 car is Divan Lazarus.
So Chris Shorter leads up at the front end of the field, 11-second gap between himself and Byron Mitchell. Then the next man in there is Luke King. Not sure what cars he's actually supposed to be in. It doesn't show up. We'll try and pick up that information wherever we get a gap. And well, I think Frankie, let's see if we can get some inside information, as we've now got our new system going, where we can speak to of the drivers that are not out there at any given time. And what was that team that you said, the what Spey team with Peter van der Spey?
Oh, the Spey Stevens team.
The Spey Stevens team. Having said that, Peter van der Spey, good afternoon to you.
Hello, Gary. Gary, geez, what an exciting bloody race so far, when we were chucked out of the server and we couldn't qualify, so we had to start from the back.
Peter, just give us, or give the folks that's watching a bit more information there. We had a server, all was lined up and perfect in terms of 24 hours, squashed into 6 hours with going into night, back into day, variation of weather according to the iRacing server as such. Then we found a situation where 2 or 3 of the guys actually came in to the server but loaded themselves incorrectly. So how did you guys that were now sitting at home in your man cave for you up in the top end of Cape Town on the mountain, how did you know what had changed? Where did you pick up that information?
Well, what happened is we were busy practicing, you know, in the 1 hour practice before quali. And then suddenly we realized, with about 8 minutes to go in the practice session, that there was nobody else on the track. We then realized something is wrong. I then quickly went onto the WhatsApp group and saw guys were bailing out and that a new server had been set up. So then we quit out of that session, but then were unable to get into this new session. Which we still don't understand why, and then because we went in with a normal procedure, and then what I did was then I just had to go in on somebody else's name, you know, where you join on the steering wheel, and so both Graham and myself, it was the only way we could get in, and then when I got in, I was on the quali was busy. And the minute I went out and quali was over. So literally, you know, with all that mess going on, we managed to get in on just in time for the end of the quali. So henceforth we had to start at the back. So and now I see we're not even showing up on the screen anywhere on your leaderboard screen.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how that works.
For some other reason, yourself and Luke King don't show up on the leaderboard itself until we actually go to Graham Stephen. So let's pick up your teammate, Graham Stephen. There he comes up. He's in behind the Corne Briet. So we're going to have to keep that one in mind. So that means that you guys are actually lying second overall in class. Luke Bukisi leading out. And then your nearest competition already 56 seconds gap between Graham and Divan Lazarus. But as we saw earlier on, Divan Lazarus did have a off track, and that did cost him. So it looks like Graham Stephen, definitely your teammate has got the ability to stay ahead there. Oh, Willem Boot has just passed Divan Lazarus. So let's have a look at that one quickly, Peter, while you are there. Yep, they were diving out on the second section of the Malzahn Straight. That's Willem Botha, and that's for class, the 7 on the 72 car. And that is the cars that are then lying third and fourth in class, with Luke Lucchese up front, and then your teammate Graham Stephen, that's back up on screen now. So Peter, looking forward, expectation in terms of how long you can run between pit stops?
Just say the question again.
In terms of the stops, the period of time you can run between pit stops, how long do you think everybody's going to be able to go? Because we would have thought we would have been on about 55, 60 minutes. Everybody's been inside of 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's correct. These cars are heavy on gas. We managed to get one extra lap on. We did a bit of fuel savings on the 3 laps before. So John Tivice is behind us at the time, and he had to pit. So yeah, it's definitely around the 45-minute mark at the looks of it. And the rate that we're going now, you know, we're going to have to pull every trick out of the book to maintain the second position. And so I've done a little bit of strategy change here, and we're going to probably going to triple, at least maybe even quadruple stints to save up the times. But Graham has done a magnificent job to come from behind right up into 11th overall at the moment, and second in Masters. And then our race now is to maintain second place. We're racing nobody else but just to maintain second place. Look is, you know, with their consistency and their speed, we're not going to try and race them, you know, unless they make a really bad mistake, and we can keep it together. The goal is to maintain second position in Masters.
Well, Graham Stephen, in fact, one of the 2 sponsors of today's race, and Biswell is the www.biswell.ca is the company of Graham Stevens. I said to Graham, well, give us a bit of background as to what does Biswell do. Essentially, it's an online tool to allow business owners to value their businesses. Quick, cheap, accurate, and affordable. Can be used by business owners, buyers, sellers, accountants, and lawyers. Literally takes 15 minutes to do and doesn't need any complicated inputs. Now, that is the description of Biswell, what they are, what they do. That is Mr. Graham Stephen, and him alongside Jaco Vorster on the JV workshop. The livery designers are the main sponsors of today. Jaco Vorster, a personal friend of Jaco Steyn, who alongside Mike Verrier does massive amounts of work in the background to make these type of series possible. And I also asked Jaco Vorster, so Jakes, how does it work? What is the JV workshop? He says it actually started off as fun. I started doing liveries for people on racing cars, and yeah, it became a business. So iRacing a whole heap bigger than what a lot of people realize. At any given time on a iRacing public feed, you would end up with a situation where between 4 and 10,500 people on site worldwide at any given time. So it's actually massive. But Peter, coming back to South African iRacing, not that many iRacers in South Africa. We are listed at the moment just under 400. But let's be honest, what we've got is amazing quality.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, the standard of driving is really, really high. The competition is fierce. We've got the youngsters, the elites that seem to be really on pace, but you know, practice time at the end of the day is what does it. And you know, as you know, us masters, we don't really have the same amount of time as these youngsters have, but their standard is incredibly high. You're certainly looking at all the top drivers in the country on track at the moment, and certainly in the Masters Series as well. The top runners are doing exceptionally well, and in this game, consistency is the name of the game, and that takes a lot of skill, patience, racecraft, you know, to tie that all together and to keep keep it constant is and consistent is really where it's at. You know, if you look at the top 20 drivers in the country, it's certainly there's where all your time is, and there's where your consistency. And if you look at the championship leaders, you know, take myself for example in the Masters series. I'm by far not the fastest, but you know, I'm in the top 5 in the championship lead with only a few points below. I mean, I'm still actually fighting for the top 3rd place. But in the race, you never see me, you never hear from me. I'm always crashed out somewhere along the line. But I managed to consistently be up there in the top 5.
Well, Peter, I take it you are sitting in your main cave up in Tamboerskloof in Cape Town, and I'm sure one of the screens I've had an opportunity to ride, folks, on that rig of Peter van der Spy, although I didn't know much about iRacing at that stage. Looking forward to an opportunity, knowing what I know now, to do a couple of laps on there. But what I can tell you is that Jaco Steyn, the people at Eskom have decided that he's mad enough. They'll switch him back on. He is back in. He has come in onto the server, and he has in fact loaded now Graham Stephen and Luke King. So Graham Stephen now showing 5 positions up, and well, Peter, he's busy building a massive gap there for you. His last lap was 3 minutes 33. Ivan Lazarus 3 minutes 36. 0.0 for both of them. So literally taken 3 seconds out of Ivan Lazarus in the last lap that they're doing out there. Graham Stephen that we see there on the screen. So yes, as you say, Luke Lucchese up, dust and disappear. But your big competition is going to be coming from Ivan Lazarus and a teammate, which is Sandro Bakari, and Sandro did go very, very well. And then Jan Spalmers is going to be in the Linked Heap Together Links team, and he's not that far behind either. You feeling the pressure starting to build now with Graham doing what he's doing and seeing how close everybody in the class is behind that?
Yes, we are certainly feeling the pressure. You know, I think one of the things that the guys may have underestimated in starting the race is that we were expecting the race to be 25 degrees track temperature, and we came on at 40 degrees, and it's right now, it's still very hot. Let me have a quick look. It's 39 degrees now, and I think that caught a lot of the guys off kilter, and to our advantage though. You know, I immediately warned Graham when he went on track that be careful. The track is very hot, unlike what we used to practicing and what we're expecting on the previous service. So with that in mind, we are really just trying to keep it together, try and run a fault-free race. I think if we can do that, we'll maintain 2nd position, and we are also looking after our tires. And yeah, I've got pen and paper here and strategizing and calculating, and our goal right now is to keep it consistent. Graham's doing an incredible job. I suspect he'll definitely triple stint, and we'll look at the tires as we come in and go off.
Well, if you look at Graham now, where he is on that leaderboard, he's actually closing on Elroy Weiss, not in your class, but it's a boy thing. You want to get as close to the front end of the field as you possibly can. And the last lap being a 3:33.0. Let's see what he does now. A 3:32.4, a 3:33.8. So 1.4 seconds he's just taken out of Elroy Weiss. So that with a 32-second gap, that's probably about 16, 17 laps that it will take him at the present race to catch up to Elroy Weiss. But that would then put Elroy Weiss between yourself and the Ivan Lazarus Sandro Bakari vehicle as well. So far so good, Peter. No pressure. Only 1,000 odd people that are going to watch this live stream live and during the course of the week. So the fact that your teammate started at the back of the pack and he's putting in some blinding times, don't let that put any pressure on you. Sit back, relax and enjoy, and we will speak again to you later on, Peter. Once you come out of your stint, please come back into the second year live studio, and you can speak to the folks around South Africa.
Okay, great. Will do. Thanks very much.
Right, folks, here we go. That was the voice of Peter van der Spey, and wow, he's going to have quite a job out there once he gets going again, because Graham Stephen, I think the red mist is down. Graham Stephen, one of the people that was affected by that logging in incorrectly, and in fact, when they went in the second time in the new server, it once again was a problem for them to get in, and well, a big thanks to the people in the background, the likes of Jacob Stein and Dr. Mike Berrier, that got that one sorted out. So, Frankie, having said that, let's have a quick look. I see Janeman Prius has had a bit of an incident. Is that one that we've seen before? Is that a new one? I think this is a new one. Let's just see. Picking up a little bit too much curve zone. That seems to be a problem. There more than one person we've seen go off there. Mario Kowars also having a bit of an incident earlier on. Let's see what happened while we were chatting with our Captain Peter van der Spey. Oh, that's a difficult one to get out of that one. A very wide turning circle, and then the sand behind that. Luckily, being able to see out the side window to see what's happening, and it gets that one going again. So, Frankie, let's first of all have a look at the, while we've just spoken to Peter, let's have a look at the Masters class, and that is the man that's leading out. That is Luke Lucchesi.
Yes, Luke Lucchesi is out there in the Masters category for Team Pantera Racing. And if my facts are right, I think Francois Hubert, I apologize, will be his teammate. They did very well the last time we did the 6 hour at Bathurst, the non-panorama. They were chasing down the Durant Motorsport cars. And he is once again sitting first out there in the Masters category, but not in third position overall. He'd love to be in that third position overall, chasing down the top guys, but he does sit first in his category. And then 32 seconds behind him in class is the Graham Stephen and the Peter van der Spey combination. Gary was just having a chat to Captain Peter van der Spey, or Captain Pete, or our own Maverick, as we like to call him. The commentators like to call him at Killarney International Raceway. And as I said, 33 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi is Graham Stephen at this point in time. As we watch Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchesi work his way around. Then in the Masters category, now this is interesting because Sandro Bakari is a master. Divan Lazarus, his teammate, is not. Divan Lazarus is the son of Herman Lazarus. And Herman is a master, yes, but Divan is not. So Divan has opted to join with a master and run with him in the master section, has Divan Lazarus, and they are sitting third overall in that class, and they are 27.6 seconds behind Graham Stephen. That is second. Graham's gone up 5 positions, and Divan and Sandro Bakari have gone up 3 positions in that category. Jan Sparmers sits 4th overall in that category, does Jan, and they have gone down, or he has gone down 2 positions. He's 25 seconds behind the Divan Lazarus outfit is Jan Sparmers. Then Robbie Teens, well, he is exactly where he was in class. And he sits 5th overall. He hasn't gone up or down that leaderboard. He's 19 seconds behind Sparmers, and he's done a 3:34.089 was Robbie Teens' last lap there for Team Bolt Racing. Then 6th in the Masters category, who's done a 3:32.301 and has gone down 3 positions, and he's 12 seconds behind Robbie Teens is Willem Botha, and Willem once again still bouncing over the curbs there. And then 7th in that category, as we look at a replay of him, well, he's done more than just bounce over the curbs. Did a bit of farming there. Did Willem Botha for Gazoo Racing, but he's back out there on track again, and he's sitting 7th overall in the Masters category. And then Mike Verrier, sorry, I should say 6th in that category. 7th is Mike Verrier, and Mike Verrier in car number 4. He is 7th in the Masters. He's done a 3:35.216 as Mike Verrier. He's gone down 3 positions, and he is 7th overall in car number 4 for the April 24/7 and Sujin Property Racing Team.
Right, going back to the elite, it's Chris Shorter, and while he is doing a brilliant job, I tell you what, Chris Shorter is from the Impulse Racing Team. He's leading them out, and he's already got, well, initially you would have thought that they would have stuck together, there wouldn't be much in it, but newly crowned GTE champion Byron Mitchell is not been able to hold on to him as such. They started first and second on the front row of the grid, but Byron has now lost out pretty much 20 seconds in total. The man that's on the move and up into third position is in fact this man, Jason Kutsia. Now Jason finds himself 3 positions up from where they initially started. Let's have a look at the last lap times that was done. And well, there you can see Jason Kutsia actually quicker than Byron Mitchell right now, 3/10 on the last lap. Although 3/10 to make up 11 seconds, that's going to be the better part of 33 laps. They've only done 18 so far. So although he's quicker, it's still a reasonable gap that needs to be made up to be able to make up that additional position. So Jason Kutsia, now that Luke King has been loaded in, we can now see, Frankie, exactly where Luke King fits into this.
Yes, and Luke King is 4.6 seconds behind Jason Kutsia, sitting 4th overall in the elite category. And both Jason and Luke have put a lap there on Jeff Hancock's. Luke Lucchese is the next one out there on track, and he is 3.5 seconds behind Hancock's. Is Lucchese, but there is Jacques Buerta. Jacques Buerta is still in the elite category that we are still with. I was just mentioning Luke because I picked him up there on the battle box. So Jacques Buerta sitting 5th overall in the elite category, and he is 11.9 seconds behind Luke King, and he is exactly where he is when he started. Then in P6 in the elite category is Keegan Masters. They've gone up 2 positions for Team Weekend Warriors, and he is nearly 7 seconds behind the driver in front of him, as we just see him run a little bit on the grass there and controls that one very neatly as to not put that Dallara into the Armco barrier. Keegan Masters for Weekend Warriors.
That was just a little piece there that I picked up of what happened recently with Keegan Masters. So definitely pushing Frankie very, very hard, but give him his due. When he went off, he brought it back together very, very neatly. He didn't lift it. I think he just feathered the gas lightly, but kept it in a straight line, didn't damage the car up against the barrier at all, and just carried it through from there.
Yeah, so Keegan Masters is 6.9 seconds behind Jacques Buerta. And then we go to Corne Breed. Masters has gone up 2 positions. Breed's gone up 3 positions for IRSA Racing Green. Corne Breed, and he's nearly 12 seconds behind Keegan Masters is Corne Breed. Then in 8th position is Elroy Weiss. Now, Elroy Weiss
is the passing move, Frankie, between Corne Breed and Elroy Weiss, and that was where the turn-up came between the two of them, that they have swapped positions since we started from the top of the elite group going down.
Yes, Elroy Weiss has gone down 5 positions. He's 9.3 seconds behind Corne Breed. And then 9th in the elite category is Jonty Weiss in car number 17, and Jonty Weiss 47 seconds behind Elroy Weiss. Then Atti Nagel rounds off the top 10. Atti's gone up 4 positions as we have a look at the replay here of Jonty Weiss, and that's an overtaking maneuver, I presume, there.
On Atti Nagel.
On Atti Nagel,
That's
yes.
the one.
That is why the 5 car is now ahead of Nagel. So Atti Nagel is there in that 10th position. Then we've got Mario Kowars in that 11th position. He's gone down 4 positions as Mario Kowars. As we still look here at Atti Nagel, there's Mario Kowars coming into view now in car number 6. Then Sam Van Nolst, yes. He's gone up 1 position, and he is 3 seconds behind Mario Kowars. Is Sam Van Nolst. So Jason Kutsia making his way out of pit. Well, it's 1 hour and 5 minutes done, So this will now then effectively be the start of the, or should be the start of the second round of pit stops.
Yep, they in and out of the pits. That's the first two that is now in and out of the pits. So let's try and see who is where on this one. Jacques Buerter and Jason Kutsia are the first of the elites to have gone in and out of the pit lane as such. Let's have a look at the race overall. That's where they are. Ooh, problem for Jeff Hancock's.
Let's have a look and see what happened here to Jeff Hancock. That's going down the Mulzahn straight. He turns into the right-hander, overdoes it a bit, and
keeps
then
on turning.
uses the tail end there of the LMP2 Delara for Team Tryhard Racing, IRSA Racing LMP2. Willem Botha also getting it all wrong out there and rejoining for Team Gazoo Racing.
Yep, we got that one sorted out and back out on circuit. So back to the top end of the field. Okay, so keep these numbers in mind. Chris Shorter from Byron Mitchell and Luke King, 22 seconds and 16 seconds. Can that change? Yes, I do think it will change. Keep in mind, Keegan Masters has been in twice. When was the last lap that they came in on? Let's just check on that. And it's Keegan Masters that was in on lap 11. So that means Keegan was one of the people that went in right in the beginning as Chris Shorter, the race leader, comes into the pits. So that means that he is in sync with the others as our race leader comes in. What does Byron Mitchell do? Let's keep an eye on him.
Right, Shorter in the pits. Here comes Byron Mitchell. He is 22.5 seconds behind Chris Shorter. Byron Mitchell, there is the pit lane on his right-hand side, and he goes through. Byron Mitchell does not come into the pit area. He's going to go through, which means that there is a strong possibility that he could take the lead. Shorter is still in the pits. 30 seconds for Chris Shorter. That's still there in the pit lane, and he will lose that lead and does lose that lead to Byron Mitchell.
Here comes Luke King, and will he make it in time? Oh, the next man that's jumped into the car, Leighton Fourie. Wow, that's going to be awesome stuff. Leighton Fourie that's just jumped in, and he'll be the next man coming out of the pit. So we're going to take a short break, update our latest lists, and come back to you in a couple of minutes from now. All right, folks, we're back with you again, and wow, turn up for the books. Look at this one. Well, Frankie, what do you want to do? Classes or race overall?
I think we do a combination of both. Let's stay where we are for now, because that man you see out there on circuit for the elite category for IRS Racing Green, that is Corne Breed. He is sitting out there in P1
With one stop.
With one stop so far, yes. And Leighton Fourie is in the house. Leighton has taken over from Chris Shorter. Chris came into the pits, and Leighton Fourie, as the 92 car makes its way into the pits, and so does Corne Breed also make its way into the pits. So we'll pick up now who's in that 92 car
Sam
that has
Knowles.
come into the pits. Oh, that is our friend from Europe that has come into the pits, Sam Van Alst. He's pitting that 92 car.
Going back to the lead.
But that is Corne Breed. Well, he's still in the pits, but that will now give the lead to Leighton Fourie. So Leighton will work his way around. There comes Leighton Fourie. He's in P1. That's Byron Mitchell you see there for Durant Motorsport 10. That is there in that second position. Corne Breed is busy making his way out of the pit area. Luke King is still out there in that fifth position as we still watch Byron Mitchell. Now, he has already made 2 stops as Byron Mitchell. So was Jason Kutsia, so was Luke King. And obviously Leighton Fourie with that second pit stop that was made. That's when Leighton climbed into that motor car. Corne Breed is still there in the pits, as well as our friend from Europe in that 92 car. That's Van Alst. That is in that pit. They will have a look and see if he is going to hand over. I think he might have handed that car over to Duncan Murray, if I'm not mistaken, as Jan Sparmers makes his way into the pit area. So we'll keep an eye on that 92 car that's still standing dead still there. I do see the name of Duncan Murray that has popped up there onto the leaderboard. So I would guess, yes, it is Duncan Murray that's taken over there from Van Alst. And Duncan Murray for Goldwing Motorsport brings that 92 car out onto the circuit.
Interesting stuff. So Jaco Foster is into the pits as well. And that means Elroy Weiss has moved up one. So Jaco Foster is third overall in class from Graham Stephen and then Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi's been out there right from the beginning, and well, he's doing a brilliant job, I must say. I see Keegan Masters has had a bit of an incident. Let's see what happened with Keegan. Oh, that's the biggest we've seen anybody climb over the curbstones. It almost taking out yet another vehicle. And he gets that one going again. So Keegan Masters, interesting to see if he's picked up any damage underneath. They 6th overall in class as such. So let's look at the classes. Leighton Fourie, Byron Mitchell, Jason Kutsia, Luke King, and Jacques Butter, all having done 2 stops. Not all on the same laps though. Let's see the last time that they actually came in for their pit lap. And there we go, lap 19, 20, 18, 20, 18. So they're all very much in sync. And frankly, if you look at the Masters, lap 20, lap 20, lap 19. So that means Willem Botha is the one that's out of sync. And then Jaco Foster's been in and out. So I probably think you're going to find Willem Botha is going to have to come into the pits pretty soon. If you take 13 to 19, that is 6 laps. If you take the amount of time that a lap takes, that's pretty much time to come into the pits.
Yeah, Jaco Foster in that 000 car was he making his way around there. Is Jaco for Team Deep Together Links. And they are sitting 5th overall in the Masters category. They've gone down 3 positions and they are 17.5 seconds behind Willem Botha. Is Jaco Foster in that 000 car for Team Deep Together Links. There is Dr. Mike Verrier. And the Doc has gone down 2 positions, 19 seconds behind Jaco Foster. And right behind him is Robbie Teens. There we go, only 1.47 seconds between the 2 of them. And that is the Doc that you can see there through the front windscreen of the Robbie Teens outfit, and there is not much between them. 1.5 seconds, as a matter of fact.
Frankie, you say
between the
one and
two
a
of them.
half seconds. You realize that they want, let's just wait till they get back up on speed again. You realize that the distance between those two cars, you cover in 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, well, it just shows. Look, for those people that don't know much about motor racing, 1.5 seconds in reality isn't a lot. 1.5 seconds in reality, as a matter of fact, is nothing. But 1.5 seconds in motorsport is a decent time. You can see the ground that the Robbie has to make up to get to the dock, and he's 1.3, 1.4 seconds behind him, and that is a lot of ground that you got to make up to catch the driver ahead of you on screen or on track, whether it's sim racing or real-time racing. It doesn't look like a lot, but you know how quick you have to go to make up that 1.5 seconds. You're going to go a heck of a lot quicker than the driver in front of you to make up 1.5 seconds. So for the novices that do watch motorsport, seconds in motorsport is how can I say, a second in motorsport could be
Half a lifetime.
in reality. Yes. So a second in motorsport is a lot longer in the game than what it is in actual real life scenarios.
Well, interesting stuff, man. That was out there on the track earlier on. Chris Shorter. Well, Frankie, that's a name that you've commentated on quite a bit through the last couple of decades.
Yeah, Chris Shorter, Matt Shorter, they've done single-seater racing, and they've also been involved in a Polo Cup racing, the Shorter brothers, Chris and Matt Shorter. As into the pits now comes Dr. Mike Verrier.
So as Mike comes in, Leighton Fourie leading out there, and the car was handed over to Leighton Fourie, the Impulse Racing car, from Chris Shorter himself. Chris Shorter, good afternoon to you.
Hello guys, how are you?
Fantastic. Well, it was a bit exciting in the beginning there. Tell us what was your experience with going onto a server, then the server getting dusted after you've put up a brilliant lap time, finding the second server and getting yourself all balanced to get going out for the race.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rush, but it wasn't too bad. The time set was only practice, so it didn't really matter too much. But yeah, I mean, it's going well at the moment. We're just trying to stick to our strategy and just try and keep it clean for the first half, for the first few hours. When I did jump in at the start, I did push quite hard to try and get a lead, just so that the guys behind couldn't sit in the slipstream and save some fuel, which would give them an advantage later in the race.
I take it that you were obviously aware of the two cars that was in there behind you, and it looked at that stage of the fight as if Troy Dolenchik was lying in third, was quite happy to sit in that third position and lift and coast and make up a little bit of a fuel save. But then once you got away at the front, he was forced to then go past and try and diminish it, because by that stage you already had around about a 7-second lead from second and third.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the plan, to try and break the slipstream. I did see that they were sitting in behind each other and quite comfortable. So yeah, if Troy was able to save a lot of fuel, it might be a big ask, but if you can save 2 laps of fuel a stint, you're going to have a pretty big advantage towards the end of the race. You might even be able to save yourself an extra pit stop. So yeah,
well, I think you
try and get that thread out the way.
You blew his strategy a bit by getting away so far. If you didn't get away, I'm pretty sure he would have stayed in that third position and just kept on with the fuel saving. But I think it became to a point where you're getting too far away, and the only way to be competitive with you was to then go past, stop the fuel saving at that stage, and then keep on going. Between yourself and Leighton, going into the darker stages of this race, are either of you favored one above the other in terms of lap times and being complacent out there in the dark?
I don't really think so. I think we're pretty much the same. We've both done some practice in the dark, so yeah, any of us are okay to jump in. I think I'll be doing the the final stint in the car to the end of the race. But yeah, we're looking good.
Do you see yourselves doing a driver change, that you climb into the car in the semi-daytime going into the night, as opposed to climbing in the car and going out straight away into the dark?
Yeah, so if the sun does start to set in a stint, then that driver will stay in the car, just because they've got the reference points, and it's a bit easier to adapt to the light fading rather than jumping straight into the darkness. But there will be a time where you're going to have to jump into the car and it is dark, so you just got to try and adapt to the conditions.
To that one. Well, there's about a 35-second delay between what you're seeing on the live stream broadcast and what I'm seeing on the screen here. And well, Leighton's definitely pushing pretty hard, get away from Byron Mitchell. Got the tail end wagging on that LMP pretty big, but caught it very well. So you've definitely picked yourself a top racer. Going forward, Chris, for you in terms of main circuit racing, what's your plans for 2023?
So sadly at the moment there aren't any plans. My life's changed quite a bit in terms of my career and working career. So I'm trying to sort of set myself the best foundation possible there. And then, yeah, hopefully in a few years' time have the support as well as the ability myself to be able to race some cars. Ideally, I do want to be involved in endurance racing. So that's a goal of mine to be there.
So there's not a drive set up for you at this point in any format apart from iRacing for 2023?
Correct, yeah.
Ouch. Well, those of you that's out there listening, there's a top name in motorsport main circuit. And your brother Matt, how's he going? What's his plans for 2023?
So he's pretty much in the same position as myself at the moment. He's working at Campos Transport at the moment, and enjoying it by the sounds of it. So it's good for him, and I'm really chuffed for him. But yeah, at the moment there's no sort of immediate plans for us to race main circuit.
Well, the good news for us in the iRacing community is that we'll get to see more of you guys then in terms of iRacing. When are we going to see your brother out there on track with the iRacing?
So he is here. He's driving with Keegan Masters, and he will be hopping in the car, I think, in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes.
Fantastic. There we go. Some additional information. There you go, folks. That's the voice of Chris Shorter, the man that stretched them out at the front end of the field. Took a total of 7 seconds in that lead before he handed the car over. Leighton Fourie, the man that you see out there on circuit at the moment. And that is the teammate of Chris Shorter. And, well, I tell you what, at this stage of the fight, he's actually extending that lead right now, because he's got it up to 10.4 seconds, in fact 10.5. So it's going very, very strong for Leighton Fourie up front. Byron Mitchell, well, we know what Byron Mitchell's capable of. And then on top of it, Frankie, the teammate for Byron Mitchell for today has now been confirmed for us as well. Pumpie Swart.
Yeah, Yuri Swart will be the teammate of Byron Mitchell as we watch Leighton Fourie make his way around. Byron Mitchell is in that second position for the elites for Durant Motorsport. He's 10.5 seconds behind Leighton Fourie. And here comes Byron Mitchell. And just behind him, you see the man that sits third, 7.9 seconds behind Mitchell. And that is Jason Coetzee. And that is for Durant Motorsport 9. Luke King, there he comes right behind Jason Coetzee is Luke King. And Luke King coming through there, and he's going to put a lap on Stephen Koenig. As a matter of fact, that Stephen Koenig is just ahead of him. He will lap him. There is Luke Lucchese, and Luke Lucchese is in Pantera Racing, and he is behind Luke King, who's now just put a lap there on Stephen Koenig, as we see Jacques Buerta come through, and Jacques Buerta is right in there, and Jacques is not too far behind Luke Lucchese. There is Jacques Buerta, but Luke is hassling him heavily. There is a Keegan Masters. So Jacques Buerta, it's two elite drivers, and they're fighting it out for track positions. And there's 0.3 of a second between Jacques Buerta and Keegan Masters for Weekend Warriors. as the two of them come down towards us. Here is Jacques Botha.
And this was the passing.
That was an overtaking maneuver, so that's why he has got his nose ahead there of Masters. So there is Keegan Masters. So will he come back at Jacques Botha? We'll have a look and see. There's still 0.3 of a second between them. So he was overtaken there by Botha, was Masters. There is a Corne Breed. Corne Breed is 21 seconds behind Stephen McCarthy. Then he will get past and lap Steve McCarthy. Is a Corne Breed for IRSA Racing Green. Then we got Elroy Weiss out there on the circuit. Elroy Weiss in that 17 car. And he's 26 seconds behind Graham Stephen. Out on the circuit is Elroy Weiss. It shows 41 seconds there, but it shows a little bit less there on the battle box. So there's Clinton Besaidnout out on the track, and he took over that Dallara LMP2 from John T. Weiss. Clinton Besaidnout, an established the main circuit racing driver, and also iRacer, and was on the Second Gear talk show this last Tuesday. Mario Kowars is there in the Duco Racing, and he's in car number 6, and he sits in a pretty decent position there, does Mario Kowars, as we look at Atinagel. Atinagel in IRSA Racing Red. Ati racing for the elite category is Atinagel, and he's gone up 3 positions since the beginning, and he's 19 seconds behind Teens. Stephen Koenig is in the pits. He's obviously picked up some kind of a problem, or not too sure, because he did take over that car from Janeman Prius, did Stephen Koenig. Well, that looks like just a normal... Well, you got it all wrong there in pit lane.
It's a specialized version of that.
And then went back into pit. So you could use a bit of grass to slow yourself down there. And then cuts the lines as well when he goes into pit lane. He's going to have to be careful for that. He could be penalized for driving over those lines. But he's back out on track again. He's a Koenig for teamed heap together links. But there is the man that is leading the Masters category overall for Team Pantera Racing, Luc Lucchesi. And I'm almost certain his teammate will be Francois Hubert. They were teammates for the previous one, so I don't see any reason why they won't be teammates again. Luc Lucchesi working his way around. He's not too far behind Luke King. Out on track is Luc Lucchesi. There's Graham Stephen. Graham Stephen is nearly 50 seconds behind Luc Lucchesi. Is Graham Stephen, but is only 13.6 seconds behind Corne Breed out on the circuit. So that does show you the difference between the leaderboard and the battle box, so that the gaps will be different on the one compared to the other. But he does sit second in the Masters category. As I said, he's nearly 50 seconds behind Lucchesi. In class is Graham Stephen, but on circuit it's only 13.8 seconds behind Corne Breed.
Remember that gap when we spoke to Peter van der Spey between Graham Stephen and Divan Lazarus? Well, there you can see the difference now. Back to Divan Lazarus, 44 seconds Graham Stephen has taken out of Divan Lazarus. Let's have a look at the last lap times, how that one plays out. Graham Stephen, a 32.9 and a 34.7. So 1.8 seconds on average per lap, Graham Stephen. Then I'm saying on average, but that's just a guesstimate from where we were to where we are now. So Graham Stephen blasting away there. But to catch Luc Lucchesi is something else. Remember, Luc Lucchesi 332 dead, 332.9. So Luc Lucchesi is blowing away on the last lap by almost a second from Graham Stephen. Graham Stephen taking 1.2 out of Divan Lazarus. But Luke who's on the move, the man behind that, Jaco Forster. Wow, this man's on a flyer.
Yes, so Jaco Forster's 4th overall. He's 10.5 seconds behind Divan Lazarus. Is Jaco Forster. And yeah, they are actually fighting for that 3rd position. There is 10.5 seconds between them. Remember that Divan, as I said earlier on, is not a master, but he's teamed up with a master in Sandro Bakari. So he will then be racing in the Masters category with Sandro Bakari. There is Jaco Forster, and his teammate is Jan Spalmers. And Jaco was in that car. Jan was in that car earlier on. And that is now Jaco Forster in that 000 car.
I tell you what, he is running very, very quick right now, is Jaco Forster. And, well, if you look at that, a 331.2. He's only a tenth off Luke Lucchesi. That's blowing away at the front end of the field. So Jaco Forster on the last lap has taken 3.5 seconds out of Divan Lazarus. And, well, there's just under 10 seconds between them. Let's tell you a bit about Jaco Forster. That's the logo that you see on the left-hand top corner, JV Workshop, doing liveries and designs. It's JVW Liveries. We make it. We create liveries for any iRacing cars using our own designs, customer designs, or collaboration between customer and designer. Good quality liveries designed and delivered at the lowest fee. The prices were lower, it could be for free. I'm the proud designer for all the Durant iRacing cars. There we go, Frankie. Now you know where it comes from.
Yep.
Some of Gazoo racing cars, THT cars, as well as the Wild Rose Gin cars, and many more. Like I've stated, it's a hobby that I practiced and it got charted. So I gave it a name. I hope this helps Gary. Well, it helps us a lot. It lets us know where we need to go. Even if I'm not fast, I can have a quick design of my motor car. I look fast if you do short shots of me. So a big thanks to Jaco Forster, one of the two sponsors of today's racing.
Well, I see Mario Cowars is there in the pit area. So we can go back to that overall leaderboard. We'll see Mario Cowars, that's in car number 6, that is making its way down into the pit area for Duca Racing. So Mario Cowars, let's see if Mario is going to hand over. And if he does, to who will he hand over? Because it's an hour and 40 minutes that the Mario Cowars has been in this Dallara, as the rest of the guys come through. At this point in time, we'll have a look and see. If the car flashes, then it normally is a handover, and it is Stephen Duplessis that's climbing into that car of Mario Cowars.
Yep, so that's where he's going to climb on board. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back to you in a jiffy. Right, folks, as we come back to you, it's Byron Mitchell that's gone into the pits and Oompie Swart jumps into the car. Keegan Masters goes off into the lead. Leighton Ferry in that second position. They've gone through. Oompie Swart climbs into the car. Luke Lucchesi coming into the pits as well. Will that be a driver change or will Luke Lucchesi carry on? Luke King
It will be a driver change.
In class. Yep, it's Francois Hubert that jumps in. So Francois Hubert taking over from Luke Lucchesi. That's the lead in the class. Oompie Swart is now into the car as well. And by the time Oompie comes out, it's going to be something else. Graham Stephen pops into the pits as well. And that means probably that Peter van der Spey is about to climb on board.
Well, we'll have a look and see now. Luke King's car is still in the pit area there. I don't know if the car is up on the jacks. And I don't know if, Luke King's going to do another stint. Luke King in car number 8 is going to do another stint as Francois Hubert comes out in Pantera Racing. So yes, he has taken over there from Luke Lucchesi. We'll have a look and see if there's any other drivers that's going to change from driver A to driver B. Elroy Weiss is in the pit area. Now, Elroy Weiss is coming in for a routine pit stop. He does Elroy Weiss. It's nice to see that both the Weiss family members are taking part in this one. Elroy Weiss and John T. Clinton, beside note, is the teammate there of John T. Weiss, and Elroy Weiss is also out there. We'll pick up now who his teammate is.
Graham Stephen did not hand over. In fact, Graham Stephen stays in the class, but that means that Jaco Forster has now moved one position up. So Forster, that was pushing very, very hard, finds himself now in that second position. Let's have a look at the pit stop totals up until now. 3-3-3-3 all the way through with Robbie Tings coming into the pit lane. So Robbie is going to do his session now. So if we have a look at the race overall, everybody's done their 3 pit stops. You'll see there. Oh, Troy Dolenchik climbs on board. That's going to be a frequent flyer. That's going to start moving his way through the pack. Troy Dolenchik, we know how quick he can be. And well, they were right up top there originally with Elroy Weiss. And Elroy now out of the car. Troy Dolenchik jumps in and he's out there on the road. I'm pretty sure you're going to find he's going to be working his way. They 12th out on circuit, and it looks like they are 8th in class. 9th in class is Troy Dolenchik. So, Frankie, you can expect the frequent flyer to start moving his way through the pack. So, with everybody having done 3 stops, let's have a look at the leads from the top down. Keegan Masters.
Yeah, Keegan Masters is the man out there, and he is in car number 18. He's Keegan Masters and doing extremely well out there in the sharp end of the field, but he's making his way into the pit area. Is Keegan Masters. So Keegan is bringing that 18 car into the pit road.
And Leighton goes back into the lead. There's Leighton coming through, and he takes over Keegan Masters. There he is in the pits. Leighton Perry's gone through. Where is a Corne Britt? He's coming up towards the pit entrance. There's the pit entrance on his right-hand side. He doesn't need to go in. He's already been in. But now, can Corne Britt make a plan here as he comes out into the front main to get out before Matt Shorter's jumped into the car? There's Matt Shorter, and Corne Britt has gone through, as so has Jason Kutsia. There's Jason Kutsia in the 9 car as well. So Shorter's still sitting in the car, getting belted in and sorted out. And Oompie Swart comes into play. There comes Oompie Swart. Oompie Swart in the Durant Motorsport 14. And he comes through as well. Matt Shorter still sitting in the pits there. It's up on the jacks now. And Shorter dropping a long, long way down. What about Luke King? There comes Luke King. Luke King is going to be coming through, and he goes past Matt Shorter, drops right down to that 7th position. So if you take that into consideration, Frankie, you can see how close it really is, because they were right up at the sharp end of the field and now down to 7th.
Yeah, looking for Dotsoft Racing. There's Francois Hubert. and they are still sitting first overall in their category, and they are 5.6 seconds on track behind Liu King is Francois Hubert and them. Both of them have done their third pit stop already. So Matt Shorter is in the car, and he has taken over there from Keegan Masters. But we still ride aboard here with the Francois Hubert in that 16 car for Pantera Racing. There is Jaco Forster in the team Heap Together Lynx, and they are in that 000 car is Jaco Forster for team Heap Together Lynx. So in total, here comes the 92 car, and then just behind them you see the 000 car of Jaco Forster as they work their way down this long straight.
Well, he's got two cars in front of him, and that's Murray and Koenig that's there in front of him. Oh, Murray runs wide. He's going to do the cutback. Yes, he does. So that's the first one that he goes past, and the next man he's going to come up behind now is going to be Stephen Koenig. Now remember, Jaco Forster finds himself 20.2 seconds short of Francois Hubert, who's teammated with Luc Duquesne. That is the man that took them right to the front end of the field. The problem for Jaco Forster is he's going very quick, but so is Graham Stephen. Remember, Graham Stephen is one of the sponsors of today, and he was not very impressed when this race started, when we had to swap servers, etc., etc. In fact, he was one of the people that couldn't get into the server, and when he went in the second time, also went in incorrectly. And therefore, when Jaco Steyn came back online after he got the electricity on, he could then get Luke King and Graham Stephen in. Koenig on the left-hand side, dives across on the left-hand side of Koenig. Koenig keeps the hammer down in the 38 car, but Jaco Forster will work his way past and make up another position. So that's quite fine for him at this stage of the fight. He's where he wants to be, and working his way down. So you can see Koenig is right in there behind him as they work their way. There's a couple of breaks in the trees that you can see them coming through. There they're going to the right-hander, and he's now got past both of them and working his way now into some clean air. So Jaco Forster finds himself not that far behind the Matt Shorter, who's blindingly quick. Who's next one up would be Francois Hubert, who is the man that is actually, or Francois Hubert, should I say, the man that is actually chasing right now. So 19 seconds between Jaco Forster and Francois Hubert, and 18 seconds behind Graham Stephen and Jaco Forster. That's first, second, and third. They've all done 3 pit stops. And if you think about it, almost 2 hours, 33 laps down the line, and they're within a third of a minute of one another. First, second, and third in the Masters.
Yeah, Jaco Forster for the 000 car. I think he has taken over that motor car a while ago as Jaco Forster comes back in the pit. And let's have a look and see if he's going to hand that car back, because I'm looking on my list. Either we missed his pit stop because I don't know who Jaco Forster's teammate actually is in that 000 car for Team Heap Together Lynx, unless Gary can pick it up there on his system. Jaco Forster making his way down into that pit lane for the 000 team, which is Team Heap Together Lynx. And coming in there behind him, that looks like it is Duncan Murray. It is Duncan Murray that has made his way into the pit. So
Jan Spammers could be the teammate of Jaco Forster, but I speak under correction.
Yes, you're quite right. I see the 111 car has come back out on the track again. That's a Robbie Teings car, but Ian Riddle is now in the 111 car, and that is his teammate. So the teammate for Robbie Teings is Ian Riddle.
Well, I actually got the opportunity to meet Ian Riddle just a week or two back. I was down at East London, at Port Elizabeth. A big thanks to cheapercars.co.za that made it possible for me to join up with the Alert Engine Spares GTI Challenge that went for their one away race in the Killarney National Raceway 2022 season. And Ian Riddle was in his BMW down there on track, and in fact, it was his birthday. So one of the marshals sang happy birthday to him out there on the circuit, and he actually came up later on and said, "Hi, Hazard, this is what I look like. I take it you don't know who I look like." So I said, "No, I must admit, I've never seen him face to face." So it was a nice opportunity to then see this man, Ian Riddle, and what a nice guy he is. Really a pleasant gentleman to speak to. Probably around about my age, maybe a little bit older than what I am, but nice to have met him face to face, as what happened with the comeback kid, walking down the pit lane at Cologne International, and this person says, "Hi, hello, how's it? You don't know who I am." So I said, "No, I must admit, I really don't." And he says, "You dubbed me the comeback kid." May hell, can you believe it? Here, this man standing in front of me. So iRacing giving us an opportunity to get to know a lot of people that we wouldn't normally have had an opportunity to have a chat with. So Leighton Fourie looks like he's starting to stretch that lead out from Corne Breed. And Corne Breed in the IRSA green is now 34 seconds further back. Sorry, it's Jason Garcia. There's a bit of a link up there. It's a Corne Breed that's gone into the pits. It's wow, there we go. So Corne Breed finds himself in the pit lane, and that's going to drop them quite a long way down the pecking order, already down to fourth. Jacques Butte will be the next man, and there Jacques Butte is there already. So Jacques Butte is going to be coming through, and that's Luke King in the background. That's the green and orange. There's Luke King, and he's going to come through as well. Sure, that's a biggie. Well, it's just Shorter is the next man to come through, but Raymond Duggan now climbing into the car.
Yeah, so Raymond Duggan has taken over there from
Corne Breed. So Raymond Duggan, the man that's now jumped into the IRSA green car, and in the future we're definitely going to have to get the guys to come in earlier into the server to give us the necessary information that we can have this to hand for you before the racing actually starts. For those of you that have joined us, here we are, the 6 hours of Le Mans, lead class being 16 to 39 years of age, and the master class being 40 years up to 75 years of age. That's where we're at. That's the overall race classification like that. That's what it looks like. We're going to take a short break and come back to you soon. Right, folks, we're back with you again. We've managed to update all our lists, and now we've got a better idea of exactly where we are at. So, let's have a look at it from the top down. It's Leighton Fourie that is leading out, and Leighton Fourie is representing Impulse Racing, and I think that they are pretty much, frankly, going to be the pace setters. They've already taken 39 seconds out of the Umpi Swart Byron Mitchell contingency. So it must be set up because Umpi Swart and Byron Mitchell are blindingly quick. And you have a situation where Leighton Fourie and his teammate in Shorter, just both of them are quicker than Umpi Swart and Byron Mitchell, which is almost impossible. They are of the best out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leighton Fourie out there in that car number 33 and his teammate is Chris Shorter. These drivers are awesome real-time racing drivers as well. They have done basically everything Polar Cup. As a matter of fact, Leighton Fourie is the reigning Polar Cup champion. He's not defending the championship this year, but he is still the reigning Polar Cup champion for 2021 for Impulse Racing, and he is pretty damn quick out there. We know exactly what Leighton Fourie can do from an iRacing point of view. Not only is he great here in the 6 hour, but he also does extremely well in the GTE series that is backed by Motorsport SA, and Leighton Fourie is one of our top drivers out there in that category as well, and he sits out there in P1. Does Leighton Fourie, and he's 39 seconds ahead of Yuri Umpi Swart, that is there in that second position, and there's 18 seconds for Umpi to go before he picks up Jaco Steyn and puts a lap there on Jaco Steyn. But on circuit, he is in second position and he's done a personal best there of a 3:29.550. Did Umpi Swart on that the previous lap for Durant Motorsport 10. Yeah, that is Jason Kutsia. He's only 5.4 seconds behind Umpi, but his last lap was only 3 minutes 33.8 compared to Umpi's 3:29.5. So Yuri Swart Jr., known as Umpi Swart to us, he was a lot quicker out there on the previous lap than what Jason Kutsia was that time around. Luke King sits there in that fourth position for Dotsoft Pantera Racing now. Luke King in car number 8 has been on the go for 2 hours and 12 minutes already. He has not made a handover or not done a handover yet. Jacques Botha is there in that fifth position, also in the lead category in the 888 car for the THT Champions team is Jacques Botha, and his 4.6 seconds is Jacques Botha behind Luke King.
Shorter finds himself in seventh position in France and second on the circuit, and he's got Graham Stephen between himself and the next man in France.
Yeah, Raymond Duggan is out there in that 7th position, or Raymond Duggan is car number 88 for IRSA Racing Green. Raymond Duggan racing out there in that elite category. And Raymond is 25 seconds on track behind Graham Stephen, who is sitting second, Graham Stephen, in that Masters category. And that's Raymond Duggan working his way around there for IRSA Racing Green and into the pits. We've got a drive that's just come into the pits. That is John Device. That is in pit lane. Sorry, Gary. Jason Kutsia is also in pit lane. Yeah, scored dollar check. And Troy Dollarcheck in that 17 car. It's 2.8 seconds between Duggan and Dollarcheck. We see there on the battle box 2.81. Duggan is ahead there of Dollarcheck. So Troy will be closing up that gap heavily there on Raymond Duggan. The 17 car is going to close up on the 88. So I see that the number 7, the Michael Stephen is there in the pit area. And is that now a change over? We'll have a look and see there, because that car is in the pits. And yes, Michael Stephen is climbing in. Michael Stephen has taken over from Jason Kutsia. Remember I said Jason Kutsia was in the pit lane when I still said, Gary, sorry to interrupt. And that is a handover from Jason Kutsia to Michael Stephen.
Any one of the Stevens that can join us in studio would be fantastic. They are now running in a 6th position. Raymond Duggan there in 7th with Troy Dolanchik closing all the time. Troy Dolanchik's getting a lot closer. Troy finds himself still 8th overall in class, so he's going to be pushing very, very hard. And he's done a 329.9 as opposed to Raymond Duggan. Did a 322.2, so it's just a matter of 6, 7, 8 corners, and I think Troy's going to be moving up in that overall position. He's in the top 10 already. He's going to be moving into 9th position. Sandra Bakari in the pits, and Sandra Bakari actually had a big crash just now. Well, it shows as a crash. Let's see what happened to Sandra Bakari. Climbing the curbstones, that's all fine. Climbing on the brakes. Bit of curbstone, a little bit of sand, and slides it sideways. Cannot go backwards too quickly. Oh, luckily he was considerate there and didn't take anybody else out. And it was, in fact, Raymond Duggan, I think, that came past him.
That was a 92 car. That's the Sam Vanelist and Duncan Murray combination that went past him. That he almost took that car out there. Oh! And that's another situation. That's Raymond Duggan. And the 111 car that just made it past him is the Robbie Teens Ian Riddle outfit. So the number 6 car is in pits, and that is Stephen Duplessis. Now, his teammate is Mario Kowars. And let's have a look and see. I don't think he's going to hand over that car to Mario Kowars. I think Stephen Duplessis is going to come back out onto the circuit once again for Duca Racing. This is a replay. Janeman Prius is back in the car. Remember, Stephen Koenig is his teammate. And This is a replay of Janeman getting it all wrong. Now, Gary, that's a very famous place to get it all wrong. There's a matter of fact, The pit exit is just to the, there's the pit exit there, as a matter of fact. And a lot of drivers have gone off. There's pit exit there. A lot of drivers have gone off. So Jacques Buerta is in that 888 car. And remember, his teammate is Wayne Wortley. And Buerta has now handed over that 888 Dallara to Wayne Wortley.
Looks like Ian Riddle had a bit of an off. And that blue looks very similar to his BMW that I saw him racing up at Aldous Crabanti in Port Elizabeth just a week or two back. Oh, locking it up pretty heavily. As looks like there's a fair amount of back brakes that was dialed in there, and that created that the back end wanted to get away from him. Wayne Wortley must surely be coming out of the pit soon. Ooh, the next time we have a chat with anybody in the Second Gear Live studio, we need to actually have a bit of input as to the tires as such, to see how that one plays itself out, because tire changes seems to be a bit of an issue at this stage of the fight. So yeah, we'll have to get some of that information. Ati Nagel joining us in studio. Ati, good day to you.
How's it going, Gary?
Fantastic. You've had a pretty interesting session out there so far. Bring the folks up to date as to how your teammates have experienced this one so far. You and Jaco staying together in the IRSA Red team.
Yes, Gary, we had an interesting start. Didn't have time to qualify, so we started at the back of the grid. As we were doing the warm-up lap, we had accidents in front of us, so a lot of chaos. From there, we didn't do too bad. The first stint was excellent, actually. Second stint, I threw away everything with a couple of mistakes on the used tires. And now we're just trying to come back, fighting and doing the best we can.
Well, 9th in class, 12th overall out there on circuit. Jaco out there at the moment down. Did it make it a bit difficult for you, Jaco, doing double duty as being the computer guru and the man that sets up the leaderboards and everything for us? With the change over at the beginning, did that put you guys back a little bit?
Oh, Gary, we used to it. Look, like you said, Jaco does a lot of background things that he needs to set up and everything. So normally I do the start, and then as soon as Jaco is settled in, he'll take over. And then Jaco has always been our fuel saver and tire saver. I don't know how you do it, but yeah, Jaco always saves fuels and he gets the most out of the tires.
Jaco's actually got some new equipment recently, and it shows his pace, and his confidence has grown, but his pace is also improved quite a bit recently, and I'm sure you've noticed that since he got the new equipment on board.
Yes, no, for sure, Gary. Still getting used to it, and we're still adjusting and finding the ultimate on the wheelbase and everything that he's got. But yes, for sure, it's picking up, and we're getting there.
What would you guess to be the average investment on pedals and steering and computers and screens for the guys that are running in the top 50% in IRSA in all the different series that we have, being the touring cars, the GTEs, the Porsche, and then also the Master Series? What would you guess is the average investment on a rig?
Yo, Gary, it's a difficult one, especially on the computer side. I'm not as up to date as Jaco. Jaco would be able to help you a lot more on those. But I mean, a computer you're looking about, run about roughly, say, 20,000 for more or less an entry level. I mean, these guys, they run on triple screens. That's basically more or less, say, between 4,000 and 5,000 for a screen. A direct drive without import duties, you're looking at more or less, say, 15,000, and then another 10 to 15,000 for the wheel itself. And then as soon as you go to pedals, hydraulic pedals or something like that, you're looking at more or less another 15,000. So it adds up to a bunch of money.
No doubt. And obviously the top end rigs are probably turning it around about the 200,000 mark for the guys that are spending close to 100,000 on the computer, and then the Usenfeld and Fanatec systems, etc., that goes with that. So, yeah, being good is one thing, having the right equipment is another, having both of them together and picking a top teammate, well, that's what it's all about, and that's what makes a difference. Ati, thanks for joining us in studio. Looking forward to see when you go back out on circuit, and the man that we have on stain right on the TV right now, that's Jaco Steyn, the IRSA Red Team. That's his teammate Ati Nagel that we were chatting with, and he'll be back in the car in the not too distant future. Francois Joubert has just frankly put up the fastest lap time of everybody. That's amazing. But joining us in studio is man that was in the car just now, Stephen Koenig. Stephen, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everybody. Whew, that was a fun drive, actually.
Well, yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Janeman Prius out there right now. He finds himself in 20th position and 13th in class. Stephen, yeah, the pace of the guys is just phenomenal. The best in South Africa going one-on-one on a Sunday afternoon. How do you keep up with the pace of these guys? They just get quicker and quicker.
Well, I know for Janeman, he's been doing lots and lots of practice trying to get more and more pace, and it's been showing. He's currently leading a GT3 International Championship in iRacing. So, yeah, that's how that goes. But we look at the times that first place, second place, third place, they're all putting in. We're trying to figure out where on earth are they managing to, not pull 1 second. They're pulling 4, 5, 6 seconds off the rest of the field, and it's, with Jason and Byron Mitchell, all going and putting in a huge amount of effort. It's definitely showing out there, and also very exciting to see the guys that are able to duke it out and still have some close racing with one another.
Well, let's find out the inside line from Jason. Here, Jason, good afternoon to you.
Good on you. How are you?
Fantastic. So, answer Stephen, where do you find the extra pace?
I think, it's a bit of a secret that.
Team orders.
He's not going to tell him.
No, look, I think purely just a lot of effort and laps. That's what we've been doing. Nothing else that we've done special. But that's what we've been focusing on.
You've had a pretty good run so far, Jason. In fact, you've had an interesting session, numerous of the different series that you are racing in. Are you finding it difficult to stay in that top 5 as there's just a bigger and bigger contingency of top racers taking part in all the different series?
It is quite hard. Obviously, everyone puts a lot of effort into all the races, but obviously, you just need to be that extra better. I think that's all you can actually do, to be honest.
4th overall at the moment now, your teammate out there on the circuit. Let's just have a look at the class gaps. 17.5 at the moment to the tail end of Luke King. Looking at the last lap times, let's see how that is going. Michael doing a 3:22.4, a 3:35.6 by Luke King. 17 seconds to make up. You think that Michael will be able to make it up to Luke before the handover?
Yeah, I'm sure. Michael has been really good on pace. Obviously, we just finished my stint now, but obviously Michael just got in. But I'm sure he's going to be able to do it. He's proven it before. He's got a lot of pace. So, I've got a lot of trust in him.
Troy Dolenchik just putting in a purple first sector. Frankie pointing that out on the screen and saying, check there, Troy's on the move. Troy is doing some blindingly quick times. He got himself into a bit of traffic recently, and that slowed him up just a little bit. And the last lap only a 3:35. Jason, in terms of tires, how long do you think, without giving anything away, because obviously the other teams are listening in, watching what Durant Motorsport is doing and trying to pick up some tips, 2 stints, 3 stints on a set of tires?
Probably about...
Pass.
Or in between the 2 and 3 stints.
He's not going to answer that one either.
But to be honest with you, I think about in between 2 and 3 stints. The track obviously in the beginning of the race was quite hot, so it was a bit of a struggle. I'm sure now with it cooling down a bit, I'm sure we can get a bit more out of it.
Awesome stuff. Is there much difference in the tire wear and fuel consumption when the track temperature goes down and we go into nighttime?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you can be a lot less. How can I put it that way? Be less aggressive with the car in colder conditions because obviously there's a lot more grip. That obviously saves the tire wear a lot. On fuel, it's a bit awkward because obviously as it gets colder, everything just gets quicker. So it gets a bit harder to save fuel in the colder conditions. But yeah, it all depends obviously on every single driver. Everyone has different strategies. Everyone drives differently. So that all depends.
Awesome stuff. Well, there we go. A big thanks to Jason Gutsia and Stephen Koenig. Stephen, a closing word from your side?
All I can say is, Jason, if you want to give us a tow, I've got a bag of fizzes. A little bit of bribery there. Bag of fizzes for a tow. Downloads on straights. You don't have to agree now. We'll chat later.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening behind the scenes as the guys are doing lots and lots of homework to try and ensure that they can do the right pit stops at the right time and when to do those tire changes, when not to do the tire changes. No doubt that it's got a long way to go. We've done 2.5 hours, almost halfway in the not too distant future. A big thanks to the JV workshop, to the livery designs and Biswal, which is Mr. Stephen himself. And we'll give you, when we come back from the break, some inside information on Biswal and the JV workshop, the livery designs, as we're going to take a short break and come back to you hopefully before the next round of pit stops. All right, folks, we are back with you again, and wow, it's been very interesting up until now, no doubt about it. And well, so now sometimes you think you've got it all sorted out and you know exactly what to expect and what not to expect, but somehow it just seems to change up all the time. And where we're at the moment now is not exactly the way we would have expected things to play out. Johan Engelbrecht out there on circuit, 6th overall. There he is. Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing outfit. He finds himself 6th overall in class. And his teammate Willem Botha on the line with us. Willem, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Gary.
Fantastic to have you with us again, Mr. Willem Botha, Gazoo Racing South Africa. Are you already getting sorted out for the next Dakar?
Yes, we are busy now with preparation and planning and everything, and we in the build of new cars for Dakar. So yeah, it's now difficult times for start.
Well, yeah, the easy time of the year is gone. Folks, for those of you watching that are not up to date with the Team Gazoo Toyota South Africa, Willem Botha, the crew chief for the Dakar side of things for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Willem, how many Dakars have you done in different capacities and formats so far to date?
Well, to date I've done about 18 Dakars. So I've done about 5 in Africa, and 9 in Argentina, and now the last few in Saudi. So it's quite a lot of them.
How hot does it get? How cold does it get? And how tiring does it become?
Well, in Saudi it gets quite cold. You know, it's like our winter times there. So during the day it gets hot up to about 34, 40 degrees, and then at night time it goes down to about 7 degrees. So yeah, it's difficult times. If you go into the empty quarter, it gets even colder.
Sure. So you've been after so many times. What's the draw card to go back, knowing you're going to suffer? Going back again and again. Why? What drives a man to do it closing on 20 times?
I think it's being part of the competition, and you know, we're weighing a little team like South Africa up against the whole world, and to go and compete against them with all their technology, and that's what drives you. You know, you want to win that race, want to be better than people overseas and show them what we can do.
Entries, car driver combinations for this season already tied up?
Yes, basically now it's still the same as last year. So, so we will have the 4 cars, and then there will be about 10 other cars into a privateer team. So yeah, we'll see what will happen towards the end of the year. Maybe there will be more drivers coming or things happening. So we'll see.
So the privateer side of it then growing from last season to now.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. No, we're selling cars. It's a madness. Big demand for these new Hiluxes because they're so reliable and fast, and there's a big demand for them, and the more you have there, the better it is for the competition.
Fantastic. How many of those specific vehicles will be out this time in the Dakar?
There will be a total of about 16 Hiluxes.
So that is then the dominant force in Dakar 2022-2023.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Must be proud to be part of the most predominant vehicle that's taking part. Coming back to today's racing, a 6-hour race, something completely different. Well, not that completely different. A lot of the guys that have done this a good couple of times already, and the interest growing as well. The better part of 21 teams out there. That means there's 42 people that have said to the family, spot you in 6 or 7 hours from now. I'm going to play a car on my computer. Having a run out there at the moment on screen. Johan Engelbrecht, 6th in class in there behind Stephen McCarthy. It's 20 odd seconds behind Stephen. Do you see him being able to catch him, being Johan Engelbrecht, being able to catch Stephen McCarthy within this stint still?
Yeah, look, it's nice seeing all the youngsters here and a lot of teams. I mean, this is a growing series, and it's nice to see our series growing like this. Look, there's a lot of these youngsters. It's very fast. It's crazy fast, like you can see by now. And for Johan to catch these guys, I'm sure he can do it. Look, we've been having I've been having connectivity problems with my steering wheel. The force feedback come and went a few times. So yeah, and the slowdowns, the track's very hot as well. So it's difficult to drive the car, and even just to keep it on track, it's difficult enough.
There has been a fair amount of chatter about one or two of the practices where the guys said, but the track is hotter than what they were expecting it to be. Is it still down to relevant to iRacing, making it random, or is it something that gets set up by the organizers in terms of temperature and humidity?
I think it's iRacing making it random. Look, we started very early in midday, so I think the track was very, very hot, a lot hotter than what we practice with all the practice servers. So that also stuffs up around your brake markers, and even when you start turning. So, you know, when you're getting used to a track where it's like constant 26s, it's quite nice, you can push, but as soon as you start going into the 30s, 33 degrees, yeah, it gets difficult. You got to brake a lot earlier, and just be like easy on the throttle all the time.
Probably 3 runs to a set of tires from what we can see what's happening in the daytime heat.
Yeah, look, tires take a lot of beating. I did a stint with 3 runs, and the tires went down up to 38%, 33%. So the wear is quite demanding on when the temperature is so high. So I'm sure at night we can do more, but we have to try and keep it safe as well.
So, sorry, total number of laps that you did on that set of tires?
You can do about 30 laps, 32 laps on a set of tires by the looks of things, but yeah, depends on the track temperature as well.
Yeah. So basically you're looking at a double stint on a set of tires, and by then you're down to under 40% of the tire that's left.
Correct, yes.
Wow, awesome stuff. Well, there we go, folks. That's the voice of Willem Botha, Mr. Toyota Gazoo from the Dakar side of things. He's the man that gives us all those updates on the Second Gear Talk Show when he travels with the Toyota team through whichever country is the allocated country for that year. Toyota Gazoo making us in South Africa very, very proud, as we've now seen, as Willem said. None less than 10 privateers supported by the Toyota Gazoo team, apart from their own 4 vehicles that they've got out there as well. And closing on 20 times that Willem has been out there over Christmas, New Year, and doing the necessaries from the Toyota side of things with the Dakar. And his teammate, as we were watching earlier on, is the man that was out there on circuit in 6th position. There he is. That's Johan Engelbrecht. And Johan's putting in some pretty very decent times right now. 3:33.1. And Stephen McCarthy, well, Stephen did a 4:32 on the last lap. So he must have had an off, did Stephen McCarthy somewhere, making up. He entered the pit lane. Well, that was a while back that he entered the pit lane. So something went wrong there for Stephen McCarthy, and they've moved up quite a bit. So Frankie, having spoken to Willem Botha, gives us a bit more insight as to the tire wear out there and the effect of the temperatures of the track and the air temperature as to how long a set of tires last.
Well, it's pretty interesting to say that he's been doing the Dakar for the last 18 years. That means he started here in the early 2000s with the Dakar, which means he would have been unfortunate to miss the only Dakar that was done, I think, in January 91 or 92, somewhere around there, when it was called the Paris-Le Cap, when they're all the way from Paris, did a stage or two there, then crossed the Mediterranean Sea, and then
Dakar
came, no, the Paris-Le Cap, that when they raced all the way down to Cape Town. I think that was either January 91 or 92, so he would have missed that one, and I'm sure he would have loved to be part of the Paris-Le Cap. But yeah, that is a bit of history on the Dakar Rally. I've been watching the times of Chris Shorter here, Gaza, while you were having a chat to Willem Botha, and he's been knocking in the fastest laps one after one after one. 329s, 328s, and it's now a 327.493 for Chris Shorter, that man that leads class and overall. And he is 23.6 seconds ahead of Yuri Swart, that's there in that second position, as we still keep an eye here on the Gazoo Racing Master, number 7, Johan Engelbrecht, who is the teammate of the man that Gary spoke to, Willem Botha. Chris's last lap was a 3:28.192, but he has been pounding in those fastest lap times as Chris Shorter, as Sando Bakari makes his way into pit lane. So will he come out again, or will he hand that car over to Devon Lazarus?
Well, let's take the shot back to Chris Shorter, and I see, Jonty Weiss has come back into the pits as well, so there's two of them that's in. Let's have a look at some of the last accidents and incidents that's happened out on circuit. Stephen Duplessis.
Stephen Duplessis for Duca Racing, coming through that right-hander. That's coming out of the pit lane area. That's going into turns 1, 2. That is very, very complicated when you come out that pit area, or even if you're just coming down the main straight and you're going into that S's complex. You need to know exactly what you're doing there, otherwise you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Jaco Steyn going down the Mulzaan straight into one of those chicanes, and the tail just stepping out, and lucky not to make contact there with that Armco barrier.
Yeah, saving that front diffuser from contact with the barrier, that makes up a big difference. And we've seen numerous cars actually going off there. And then Wayne Wardley also having a bit of an incident earlier on.
It's also going down that Mulzaan straight into the second chicane and losing in the tail end completely and spinning the car around in the opposite direction. He went into the right-hander and turned the car completely left, the left way around. So, but he's recovered in that 888 car, so he's all okay. Another replay here of Jaco Steyn in the number 19 car, just trying a touch too hard and losing the tail end, and the 8 car of Luke King almost making contact there with that 19 of Jaco Steyn.
Wow, that was pretty close, was that one. So Michael Stephen on his way out of the pits. He's going to be carrying on with another stint. Well, Michael Stephen, he's done a lot of racing today, I must say. He's going to be pretty tired after this one. So Chris Shorter knocking in those fastest laps, and I'm pretty sure that they will be credited with the fastest lap time. Yep, there you can see it. 3:27.4, low 27s. That's utterly brilliant. Francois Hubert in there for Luke Lucchese, and leading their class, and 3 minutes 30. So wow, Chris Shorter. But Frankie, he's just...
Yeah, Chris Shorter hasn't put a wheel wrong in almost 3 hours of the 6 hour. We've got about another 8 minutes left to go. Then we will hit that halfway mark. And we're waiting for the dark to set in as Chris Shorter comes. I
thought you were going to say comes into the pits.
It would have been weird to come into the pits now as you're pumping in those fastest lap times. 3:27.4. My goodness, this man is 27 seconds behind him, and that is Umpi Swart, and he sits there in that second position in class, and he's got Ian Riddle just ahead of him there in that 111 car. There's 1.4 seconds. And Riddle gets it wrong, and Riddle must be careful. I don't think Riddle knows that overall second place man is right in there behind him, and that was in the Ford curves that Riddle got it wrong. That's racing down the main straight. Now this is where it gets tricky. He has to make the move now. That's the tricky part that I was talking about. We've seen a lot of guys lose it there in that part coming out of turn number 1. It's an S that doubles back on you, and then they go under the Dunlop Bridge, and as they go under the Dunlop Bridge, you'll see just to their right there is where the Grand Prix circuit continues. They carry on, of course, on the endurance track. So they are now going past the soccer stadium, and they are heading now towards the famous Mulzaan Straight. You'll see them go into that Mulzaan Straight now. Pretty soon, they're not exactly on that Mulzaan Straight yet, they normally turn right, then they go onto that Mulzaan Straight. Although I think he might actually be on the Mulzaan. Yes,
That's the
you,
first
you
section.
go past the soccer stadium, then you're onto the Mulzaan Straight. That's correct. That is the first chicane. That's the right-left chicane. And then you bomber down that Mulzaan Straight. Then the second chicane is a left-right chicane. And that's where Oompie Swart is heading to now. Over the crest he goes and works his way slightly onto the racing line that he wants as before he goes into that chicane as Wayne Wortley is there in pit lane. Now that's the left-right chicane for Oompie Swart, and now he'll be heading towards the end of the Mulzaan Straight. A slight little kink to the right, and then you race it down to Mulzaan Corner, and that's a very, very tight right-hander that he sees right there in front of him. That is going through Mulzaan Corner. He'll be heavily on the brakes there, turns it right, and then he will start racing his way down Indianapolis.
Look how the speed picks up very quickly. 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270. Just keep your foot flat through that thing. 280, 290. Touching on 300. He's still got 2 more gears to go after that. 312, 314, still in 6th gear, holding it there to get all the way through that range. And he drops it now down through the gears, right down to 128 kilometers an hour in that 2nd gear. Back up to 3rd gear, climb on the gas. And as he works his way through that corner, that was pretty close to being off-track limits there. And you can see how quickly these cars pick up pace. So that's Oompie Swart, 2nd overall out there on circuit, and 30 seconds behind Chris Shorter. And then there is Luke King. Lights is on. I think we're moving towards darkness.
Yeah, but the thing with these endurance races, Chris Shorter is in pit lane. The thing with these enduro races, they race day and night. They do not switch the lights of these cars off. Back in the day, they only put the lights on in the evening and then they had them off in the day. But this is decades ago. Now with enduro racing, day or night, those lights are on and they don't get put off. The fact that you can actually start picking up the lights more clearly, that tells me exactly what Gary was saying there, is that we're now heading towards the twilight. And pretty soon it will be dark here at Le Mans.
Well, let's see. Leighton Ferry says he's going to make himself available to have a chat with us in the not too distant future. So Leighton Ferry will go into Discord. He'll go into SA iRacing South Africa, going to the 2nd gear lobby, and then be pulling in through to 2nd gear live. And then we'll be able to have a chat with Leighton Ferry, ex-South African Polo Cup champion. Luke King out there, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the class of the elites, covering the first 3 positions out there on track. Then there is Francois Hubert, and then 4th in the elite class, Matt Shorter.
Yeah, Yuri Swart has now taken that lead from Luke King 2nd. Chris Shorter was in the pits. He's now busy making his way out of the pit area as Matt Shorter, the brother of Chris, makes his way into the pit area. Now, Matt Shorter is the teammate of Keegan Masters. So we'll have a look and see if that will be a driver change or just a normal pit stop. There is Troy Dolacek. Troy is sitting 5th overall in class and 5th overall on track. And Troy Dolacek is out there. He is a minute and 2 seconds is Dolacek behind Matt Shorter, that is now in the pit lane as well.
Matt having done a 3:35, Troy in the last lap a 3:30. So only Oompie Swart and Luke King that was actually faster than him on the last lap, and he's not going to be coming into the pits yet. Let's see, is Troy going to make it ahead of Matt? I don't think so. There's Matt. Where is Troy? There is Troy. Matt Shorter is going to make it out in time. Yes, he will. But he's going to be running pretty slow when he comes off that pit limiter. Where is Troy Dolacek? There comes Troy through now. Troy coming through at pace, in fact. And there you can see the gap between the two of them.
Well, the gap has closed up tremendously between Dolacek and Shorter just out there ahead of him. As that turn you see to the right there, folks, that is where the Grand Prix circuit goes. That's what I've been trying to say all along, and Gary picked up a lovely shot there. Troy Dolacek just picked up a puff of dirt there as he's driving that 17 car way too hard. He can see, Dolacek can see that the Matt Shorter, the 18 car, is right in there with him. And here comes that 17 car. He is right up there with him. He's Dolacek. He's 2.1 seconds behind Matt Shorter. As a matter of fact, there goes Shorter. There goes Dolacek. And they are fighting it out there for that fourth position with 3 hours on the clock done.
What a comeback from this young man, Troy Dolacek. And, well, I tell you what, he's caught up a hell of a lot. There's no doubt about it. He's getting closer and closer. And you can see that when they come under braking, you'll probably, there you can pick up the car in front of him as they come down into the brake markers and through that very tight complex. You've got to really be on it when you do that shot. There's no doubt about it, because we've seen a lot of cars that have gone off at that point. The last lap for Troy Dolacek, a 3:30.9, a 3:35.5 by Matt Shorter. And, well, Matt and them have gone up 4 positions. Troy Dolacek and them have gone down 2 positions. So swap those two around in the not-too-distant future, and Dolacek and his teammate find themselves 1 down from their original starting positions. Maybe we should just go on board with Troy Dolacek, and let's see how long it's going to take him to close up that gap to the very highly rated Matt Shorter.
Well, as we watch the onboard shot there, I see Umpi Swart is in the pits there. Luke King has also made his way into the pit lane. And Luke has been going now for 3 hours. Is Luke King, as you just there in the background see that 8 car making its way into its box, as Francois Hubert makes his way into the pit area as well. So will he continue, or will he hand that car over to Luke Lucchesi? That we'll have a look and see. Well, Luke King still in the pit lane. This man's been going for 3 hours. He hasn't handed that motor car over to anybody yet. That number 8 car being campaigned there by Luke King. Surely, if he does have a teammate, he's going to hand it over now. He's been going for 3 hours solid, as we still ride aboard here with Troy Dolacek. And you can see Matt Shorter right there. There's now only 9/10 of a second between Matt Shorter and Troy Dolacek as they work their way around. Luke King is back out on track again, and he has not changed the driver. No driver change there. Dolacek comes into the pit lane. Troy Dolacek goes through the Ford curves and heads into pit lane. So he is in the pits, is Dolacek. And we're going to look and see, will he keep on going, or will he give that car back over to Elroy Weiss? Francois Hubert was in the pits. I said, will he hand it over to Luke Lucchesi? The answer is no. Francois Hubert back out on track again with that 16 car, and he's going to do another stint. He's done a very long stint as Francois Hubert compared to Dolacek. Yes, and Elroy Weiss is in the car. Elroy Weiss has taken that 17 car over, Gary, from Troy Dolacek.
So Francois Hubert, 4th overall out on circuit, having taken over from the man that had a spin earlier on, Mr. Luke Lucchesi, also a person that's been very instrumental in bringing the second gear production studio to the level of excellence that it is now in terms of battery backup and the finer detail on some of the computer work, in conjunction with Jaco Steyn and in conjunction with a lot of work by Mike Berrier, the man that really started out the whole iRacing in South Africa scenario. So Francois Hubert leading out in the class, and the next man is Jaco Forster, who is in fact one of the sponsors of today's racing, is Jaco Forster. And well, we are so proud to have him as you see on the left hand side, a JV workshop, the livery designers. And as he said to us earlier on, we make it. We create liveries for any iRacing cars using our own designs, customer designs, or collaboration between customer and designer. Good quality liveries designed and delivered at the lowest fee. If the prices were lower, it would be for free. I'm the proud designer for all the Durant iRacing cars, some of the Gazoo racing cars, THT cars, as well as Wild Rose Gin cars, and many, many like it. Like I've stated, it's a hobby that I practiced, and it got chartered, so I gave it a name, and that is one of our two main sponsors for today.
Yeah, together with Bisval, that's the other sponsor. Big thanks to both Bisval and to JV Workshop Livery Designs for the sponsorship of the 6 hour of Le Mans.
Bisval, as we said, is essentially an online tool to allow business owners to value their businesses. Quick, cheap, accurate, and affordable. Can be used by business owners, buyers, sellers, accountants, and lawyers. I like that buyers and sellers. That in the modern era, you need that kind of backup to understand a business that you want to buy and or sell. Comes in pretty handy. Takes 15 minutes to do and doesn't need any complicated inputs. So yeah, that is what Graham does. And I think, Frankie, that he's actually resident in Cape Town as well, if I've got my facts correct.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure to that. Possibility is there. But Jaco Vos, the man that you are talking about, from Bisval, he is 44 and a half seconds behind Francois Hubert in class, and he is 2.3 seconds from putting a lap on Stephen McCarthy. So the man on track that is ahead of him on the lead lap would then be Wayne Wortley, because Wortley has also put a lap there on Steve McCarthy. So there's 1.8 seconds to go before the man that you see on screen, the Jaco Forster, puts a lap there on Stephen McCarthy. As a matter of fact, there you see the two of them in the same screenshot.
There's the two cars that Frankie was talking about. Yeah, we've been going for a long time, and we're halfway in, and there has not been we haven't gone into nighttime. So, Frankie, I'm going to speculate that the original setting of having 24 hours in 6 hours somewhere has been dropped off on the iRacing setup as such, and we might not have a night stint because we're already halfway through, unless it's been changed to a 24 hours that goes into a day into a night and ends up in the nighttime. But I don't think so. It's normally a ×4 factor, so the implications of the nighttime racing could just be a little bit negated on this one. We're going to take a short break. We are just over halfway through the 6 hours of Le Mans. JV Workshop, Livery Designers, and Bisval being our two sponsors of the prize money and costs for today. So, folks, coming back with you to our 6-hour event today, and what a race it has been to date. It's been really something else. And I must say, these 6-hour races have actually been very interesting to date, and they have evolved a long, long way from where they were initially, I must say. So it's great to see that we've got this type of variety coming into our motorsport and making it possible for us to enjoy iRacing from all different angles. Keeping in mind the racing that we've had to date started out with TMSA and some very basic programs, some very basic camera work, moving on to iRacing with the advent of COVID and South African top racing drivers getting involved with the iRacing scenario. Mike Berrier starting off with the sports and GTs, then getting some of the youngsters in, getting dusted by the youngsters, then becoming sports and GT masters where they go for 40 years and older. And then we had these other series that started coming through, the touring car series, the GTE and the Porsche Cup series, and then also the 6-hour endurance events. And that's how this has pretty much evolved in time as to where we find ourselves now. One of the people that's involved with the two people that's involved with the sponsorship today, Mr. Graham Stephen, and then also Jaco Forster from JV Workshop. And this is where it comes in that it's nice to do this kind of thing with Bisval and the JV Workshop livery design people coming into it. You get to know what people do from Monday to Friday and what they do for fun. Sometimes what you do for fun ends up actually being a business. Jaco Forster, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Gary.
Fantastic to have you on the board with us. And interesting, I didn't actually know that you're the man that does a lot of the liveries of the top cars. Tell us how this whole thing started out and how it evolved to where JV Workshop finds itself today.
Oh, yeah, well, it is a long story, but short. Well, what happened is I did not like the liveries that you get from Trading Paints, although they're very good, most of them. I just started dabbing into the graphic design and wanted to do my own thing, especially adding my own name on my car. And my teammates enjoyed it, so I started making for my teammates liveries, and I created a lot of for iRacing South Africa liveries when I was more involved in iRacing South Africa itself. And it progressed from there, where I was so swamped with demands for liveries, I decided why not just getting a little remuneration for the effort, and that's where it went into a type of a business, still a hobby business, but still I get remunerated now for my time. But that's why I can keep it affordable. It's not my day job.
What type numbers do you look at to do a full delivery design for somebody?
My reasoning was if I buy a car in iRacing, it is roughly $350. I cannot charge more than that for a livery. So making a livery from scratch, designing it from scratch, obviously with the inputs from the end user, I charge a $350 for a livery. If you have a team and you want more than one car, it is $100 for each team member from there on. So if you got a team of 3 guys, it will be $350 plus $200, $550 for the whole set there.
What a pleasure. And well, if you look at the liveries, it's just gone to the next level. And yeah, I think you've taken a lot of people's interest with that. And an average looking motor car now actually stands out in its blandness as opposed to the top racing designs that there are out there. Some of the people you've done designs for to date?
Oh, if I might mention some names, Durant Motorsport, quite a number of liveries for them. Gazoo Racing, ASAP, Motorspares, THT Racing, and some more. There's many more.
Fantastic. Jaco, you've been involved with iRacing for quite a long time now. Quite impressive how South African motorsport enthusiasts and top racing drivers have actually migrated to iRacing in the last 24 months.
Yeah, that's quite noticeable. I've never been fortunate enough to do real life racing, although I was at some stage doing some advanced driving training, providing training as that is, for the Metro Police when I was employed by them. But my love of cars remained, and when I had the opportunity, Jaco Steyn introduced me to iRacing, I built a rig and I joined. So it's been 2 years, not that long really, but 2 years can be a long time for most people.
I must admit, I didn't even know iRacing existed 2 years and a month ago, and it's become a massive big part of my life as such. Talking about Jaco Steyn, a lifelong friend of yours, puts massive amounts of time in the background into iRacing for iRacing South Africa.
To a lot of effort and not recognized, so it is unthanked job, but an excellent job he does, arranging sponsors, arranging events, and getting all the technical stuff sorted out. So no, he's definitely the man doing everything actually behind the curtains, with a lot of assistance from the teams like yourself and so more. But yes, Jaco Steyn definitely one of the major role players in all the organization of iRacing South Africa.
How many times have I said to Jaco Steyn, can we do this or can we do that? A day, a week, 2 weeks passes by. Somewhere along the line, Jaco Steyn comes back and says, just go on your computer, let me in there. And then he starts playing around with whatever the item is that I've asked him to add to the arrangements that we've got out there already in terms of what we can do with iRacing. And numerous times it's come up that he's actually just gone and Googled and spent hours and hours and hours and hours looking, reading, learning, studying to be able to do whatever that item is that we have asked for. And if you look at all the livery up on screen, that in fact is layout, designed and infused into the picture that we've got by Jaco himself. So as you say, it's one of the unglorified heroes of iRacing in South Africa that's brought us to this level. Jaco, going forward for 2023, looks like we're going to have touring cars, we're going to have Porsche Cup, we're going to have the GTE series, both of those backed by Motorsport South Africa. And when the initial thing started out, it was said if everything goes well, we will be getting MSA colors. I think that what Mike Berrier and Jaco Steyn have put together surpasses any requirements and expectations that MSA had when they hung the carrot in front of us.
That is my understanding as well. I think we meet all the requirements, and looking forward to the progress and the growth that is shown.
Fantastic. Jaco, thanks very much for joining us. So guys, when you're watching the streams and you look at those liveries, remember it's JV Workshop Livery Design. That's the man to speak to. You can pick him up on the iRacing South Africa portal. You can also send us a link to Second Gear Talk Show or Second Gear Productions, and we'll link you up with the man himself, Jaco Forster, one of our two sponsors alongside Bisval for our sponsorship of the prize money and the costs to be able to do what we're doing today. Jaco, a closing word from your side.
I don't have much to say, but this is fun. I really implore the spectators, join us and have a lot of fun. The competition is quite good in all levels of skill, all the skill levels. So if you're a beginner, there is definitely some competition for you, and if you are an avid racer and been in the game for quite a while, there is still enough competition for you to have a lot of fun. Safe and affordable fun, that is.
Jaco, Frankie here. Do you have a Facebook group or a Facebook page that a person can go and look and join, and then they can contact you for liveries?
It's not ready. I'm going to be straightforward. It's not ready. I never thought it would grow this big. I will definitely invest some time in getting that ready. So for now, no, but it will be in the works.
Okay, thanks, Jaco. Have a good one further out there and enjoy the rest of the 6 hours of Le Mans.
Thank you so much for having me, and you guys doing an excellent job. It's nice to hear you out there.
Awesome stuff. There you go, the voice of Jaco Forster, the man from JV Workshop Livery Design. So looking at those beautiful liveries out there on those cars, that's where it comes from. People like that that for minimal outlay from your side, putting those liveries together. In fact, Frankie, one of the most well-known liveries is that what you see there on circuit, Durant Motorsport, which has become synonymous with the top echelons of cars, designs and what have you out there on the circuit.
Right, while we were having a chat to Yaku, I saw that Chris Shorter came into the pits and he's handed that car over to Leighton Fourie, that is there in that third position out on track. Luke King sits there in that second place in car number 8. He's gone up 2 positions, has Luke King. So let's run through the leaderboard, and up front we see Yuri Swart, that is there in that first position, and he is 33.8 seconds ahead of Luke King. That is Yuri Swart. Here comes Luke King in the Dotsoft Pantera racing outfit. Now he in turn is only 9.2 seconds behind Leighton Fourie, that's in that third position. Remember, they just came out, or Leighton just came out of the pits. Chris Shorter handed that car over to him. Then Francois Hubert sits there in that fourth position and first in class, and he's 10.8 seconds is Francois behind Leighton Fourie. Then you got Michael Steven. Michael Steven is out there. He is fourth in the elite category, and he's 2.4 seconds is Michael Steven behind Francois Hubert, who together with Luc Lucchese leads the Masters. Keegan Masters, and he's not a master, he is in the elite category. Keegan Masters is 12.2 seconds behind Michael Steven, and he is fifth in the elite category is Keegan Masters for Team Weekend Warriors. Then Wayne Wortley, who was also in the pits a while ago, he's back out again. He sits 6th overall in class in that the 888 car, and he is 12.7 seconds is Wortley behind Masters. Then 7th overall in the elites is Raymond Duggan. He's done 5 pit stops, gone up 3 positions in car 88 for IRSA Racing Green, and Duggan is 4.9 seconds behind Wortley. Then in 8th position in class, we've got Elroy Weiss, and Elroy Weiss is 11 seconds behind Raymond Duggan. In car number 17, he's gone down 5 positions, and he's had 5 pit stops, so that team has made 5 pit stops so far. Then behind Elroy Weiss is Peter van der Spey, and Peter van der Spey and his teammate Graham Stephen are sitting 2nd overall in the Masters category. He's 2 minutes and 11 seconds is he there behind Elroy Weiss. The team has made 5 pit stops, and the team has gone up 5 positions since this one has got underway. Then Jan Sparmers, Oompie Swart, is busy making his way into the pit lane, so we're going to stop exactly where we are, and we're going to focus on Yuri Oompie Swart for Durant Motorsport, that is making his way into the pit entrance and into his box. And he is the teammate of Byron Mitchell as Luke King. Once again, 3 hours and 37 minutes makes his way into the pits, and he is not handed over to anybody yet. We watch Leighton Fourie come through. That means Leighton takes that lead again, and that 33 car will go back into P1. So here we go. Francois Hubert for Pantera Racing is in the pits. The question is, will he do another stint? or will he hand that car over to Luc Lucchese? Michael Steven making his way around the circuit. He represents Durant Motorsport today. Michael Steven used to race many years ago. Matter of fact, the national and world karting champion is Michael Steven. So yeah, Byron Mitchell comes out in that 14 car. So he took that car over from Yuri Swart, that just made his way into the pit area. So Mitchell for Durant Motorsport 10 makes his way out as the 111 car of Ian Riddle gets it all wrong and keeps right out the way there for Byron Mitchell. So yes, Luc Lucchese has jumped into that number 10 car, or should I say the number 16 car, Luke Lucchesi. Francois Hubert handed that car over. So out comes the 8 car again, and it is still Luke King that is in that motor car. I tell you what, it'll be a gutsy and a brave performance, Gary, if Luke King does the entire 6 hour on his own. And at this point in time, that's exactly what it looks like.
If I remember correctly, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races back, I think the first time that Luke King actually joined us for a 6 hour, I think he did do it by himself.
Well, what we should try and do is, if it's possible, get him into the lobby at the end of the 6 hour.
No, the way it's going, we're going to have to wait till 8 o'clock.
And obviously by then we'll know if he has done it all on his own or not. There's one or two scenarios here. He's either going it on his own, or he does have a teammate that's busy with something else and he has to do an extra long stint before handing over. It's one or two of those scenarios. Which one it is, of course, we don't know. So we'll have a chat to him either the moment he hands over, or we can have a chat to him if he comes into the lobby at the end of the show. So Elroy Weiss has made his way into the pit lane, and Peter van der Spy has also made his way into the pit lane as well. So let's see, will Elroy Weiss hand that car over to Troy Dolacek, or will he not? And what will Peter van der Spy do? Will he do another stint, or will he hand that car over to Graham Stephen?
Well, Graham Stephen did double stints, triple stints right at the beginning. We're 3 hours 40 into this 6 hour race. Johan Engelbrecht coming into the pits as well. We had a chat with Mr. Botha, Mr. Gazoo Racing South Africa, the man that's been involved in almost 20 Dakar races, the old Perry the Cup, and you name it. It's been through a couple of different name changes as governments have changed and things have changed over the years. Is it Peter van der Spy that's going to be coming back out again? Yes, it is Peter van der Spy that's going to be coming out. Elroy Weiss still seated in that motor car. Is that one going to change? It looks like it could be the same driver that's going to be coming out again. Does he hand over? Wow, that's cost still for such a long time. Maybe a bit of damage on that motor car. It just seems forever that that car is standing still. There he gets going again. It's Elroy Weiss that's busy coming out. And we just spoke about Willem Botha. Willem Botha that's now back into the motor car. The man we spoke to from Toyota Gazoo South Africa, the crew chief for the Dakar raid, which is going to be happening end of 2022 going into the beginning of 2023, and he climbs back into the motor car. And while we actually started off going through the different classes, there is Luke Lucchesi that's back out on screen, and we've got Jan Spalmers that finds himself now second in class and out on track.
Yeah, Luke Lucchesi said, oh, the bollards get knocked over there by Jan Spalmers, as that bollard, or call it the cone, whatever you'd like to call it, gets whacked out the way there by that LMP2 Delara of Jan Spalmers. Jan's still there in that second position, and he is nearly 40 seconds behind Raymond Duggan on the track. Is Jan Spalmers. While it shows 56 seconds there on our battle box, it shows that Duggan is 39 seconds ahead of Jan Spalmers. So yes, we'll have a look and see how that one pans out. But yes, Jan Spalmers sitting out there second in the Masters category, to the combination of Lucchesi and Hubert that are leading this one rather comfortably. Jan and them together in the team Heap Together Links outfit. That is Jan Spalmers in the 000 car, and he shares that motor car with a man that Gary spoke to earlier on, namely Jaco Forster.
Some data on the off tracks, Frankie. You can just give the folks a background as to how that off track scores, totals actually pans out.
So the X's that you see there is actually mistakes that the drivers make, or errors, which is either an accident or track limits or something to that effect. And you obviously have to do a certain amount of them before you get a drive-through penalty. Nobody will be disqualified in this one. As a matter of fact, I can actually have a look, and we can see, I think it's 27, if I'm not mistaken, errors that you are allowed to actually make out there. I'll see if I can pick it up. I can't pick it up right now. But either way, the bottom line is there is a certain amount of errors that you can make. Then you get a drive-through penalty. So Byron Mitchell has already made 27 errors out there. That team, well, not Byron Mitchell, that team, Durant Motorsport, they've made 27 errors, 27 mistakes out there. They are the highest at this point in time with Raymond Duggan. That team has made 22 errors so far. Elroy Weiss in them, that team has made 24. So it's 27, 24, and 22. And then Willem Botha and Willem Botha and Johan Engelbrecht, I apologize. They've made 21 errors. And then the 92 car of Duncan Murray and his teammate Sam Van Olst, they have actually made 20 errors. So you don't want to make too many of those because then you're eventually going to end up getting a drive-through penalty.
No doubt about it. So Ian Riddle in the 111 had a bit of an off. Ooh, very good recovery there by Ian Riddle as he brings it back on track. And I must say there's not many off tracks that have happened in the last 35 minutes. We had an off track by Jaco Steyn. Let's have a look at that one in the 19 car. Oh, there was a bit of a hammer up against the wall. That was a little bit on the hard side. We had a Jonty Weiss that had a crash earlier on. Let's see what happened with Jonty. That all looks pretty okay up there. Under the braking bar. Oh, it just brakes it too late and goes into the run-off area. And, well, talking about the Weisses, Elroy Weiss just had an incident a couple of minutes back as well. Comes in very deep, comes in very, very hard, climbs late onto the brakes, and the tail end just stepping out. And he turns it right around, keeps the accelerator buried. I suppose if you're going to go off, let's do it in style.
You don't want to make too many of those because remember, his teammate is Troy Dolacek, and you don't want to get it wrong too many times there, Mr. Elroy Weiss, because Dolacek will be driving his heart out to try and get that 17 car to the business end of the field, and you will not want too many errors out there. So Devon Lazarus in the 72 car, we'll just pick him up. There he comes through now, and he is the teammate of Sandro Bakari. He's a Devon Lazarus for the Scuderia Bakari outfit, and they are sitting 4th overall in class. That is in the Masters category. And ahead of him, 1 minute and not 1 minute, 1.5 seconds ahead of them is Stephen Duplessis, and Duplessis is racing out there in the elite category.
Devon Lazarus on screen line 4th overall, and that ahead of Mike Berrier. Almost 40 seconds between himself and Mike Berrier. If we take that information off, let's have a look at the last times. How's young Devon doing? Last lap time out there for Devon was a 3:38. Mike Berrier on a 3:32. So Devon must have probably had a little bit of an off there somewhere along the line. Devon was in the pits. He passed Jonty Weiss. I'm just having a look at the latest information that we've got. But he went off track. That's where it came in. Devon Lazarus soon after the incident of Ian Riddle. And this is why Devon's last lap also a little bit slower. As a very neat recovery. 3 cars coming in there, making sure he doesn't make contact with anybody. And he is now back on circuit. Willem Botha had a bit of an incident as well. Let's see what happened with Willem. Oh yeah, just miles too hot coming in there, just nowhere to go. Now he's facing exactly where he doesn't want to be. He's got to turn that car right around. You'll find it probably spin the wheels, keep it out of the sand as best as possible. Don't go over that high red curbstone. That will affect the barge boards underneath the vehicle, and then you're going to have to spend more time in the pits thereafter. So Jens Spammers in and out of the pit lane, and it looks at that like that might have just been a bit of a drive-through penalty from what we can see there. So interesting stuff happening out there. 23 cars out there, 21 cars still out on circuit. We're going to take a short break, and with a bit of luck, we'll come back to you with Graham. Right, folks, as we come back to you with the follow on from where we were, and wow, what a race it's been so far. 65 laps. It's 3 hours and 52 into it, and it's LV Workshop Livery Designs and Biswell, which is Mr. Graham Stephen, that is our sponsors of the prize money for today. And one of the guys actually queried going into this last couple of races, saying, do we really have to do the prize money? And this guys came back and said, yes, this is serious. This is not just by the by stuff. We take our racing very seriously, and it's very nice to have prize money. So big thanks to LV Workshop Livery Designs and Biswell that have come on board to cover the costs of today and to make it just a little bit tighter up front in both classes. Luke Lucchese leading out in the one, Leighton Fourie leading out in the other. Man that was out there earlier on, Graham Stephen. Graham, good afternoon to you. Fantastic. Looks like you've had quite a session today as well. Take us through the start of the race and as it's evolved to where it is now.
And we're back up to second in Masters. I think Luke and Francois are probably a little bit far ahead for us to catch them, but yeah, the plan is just to keep it going and hopefully get into the sort of top 8 overall if we can.
Yeah, it was quite interesting initially when what actually happened was there was 3 people that didn't enter the server correctly. I think yours was the one, Luke King was another, and there was a third, I can't remember who it was. Some other reason the computer side of it picked it up incorrectly, and once you're in, you can't go out and come back in again. So in order to give everybody a fair chance, and keeping in mind we've got over 20 entries, which means there's over 40 drivers involved in today's racing, sponsored by LV Workshop and Bisval, and to make sure everybody could get in. That's why that second server was put up very hastily. Now, given the amount of time that we've had already, I'm going to hazard the guess that we're not going to have a day-night session. Have you got any clarity on that from your side yet, Graham?
Yeah, I think what happened is unfortunately forgot to set the time multiplier, so it looks like it's going to be a day race. Yeah, I think it's European summertime, so at 8 o'clock at night, it's probably still going to be going into the evening. So looks like it'll be all sunshine. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really make a difference. You still got track temperature getting hotter or colder. So, the trick is just to keep it on the black stuff and make sure you can get to the end of the race without any incidents. I don't really mind. I always struggle a bit. I've got a single monitor, so when it gets dark, it's always quite tricky to see where you're going. So I'm quite happy with it being a day race.
Given the normal starting time of a race like this, do you think we're going to end up as we go into dark with only a 1 times multiplier on the time frame?
Gary, I think we might get the last sort of 15, 20 minutes, maybe going into dusk. So that could be quite interesting towards the end, but it doesn't look like it'll be full dark.
Is it a lot more difficult? Okay, let's say you've now done a couple of stints. You've done like an hour and a half of racing already on the circuit. You know the car, you know the LMP2, you've worked out how long your tires can last and what have you. Then you go into the dark. Is it a completely different dynamic, mental point of view when you race in the dark?
I think once you're in the zone, you kind of get a bit of tunnel vision. So, as long as you can pick up your brake markers, there are a couple of parts in the track where there are some visual cues that disappear in the dark, but for the most part, the brake markers and that light up and with the lights, so it's not that different. I think you just got to, obviously when it's dark, you can't get that sort of peripheral vision. So, if somebody goes off or you're in a close fight, sometimes it's a little bit tricky when you're in the dark. But for the most part, I think, you just kind of get into that groove, and whether it's light or dark doesn't make too much of a difference.
To be uber accurate with your braking markers, from what I've been able to pick up recently, is the guys with the triple screens in the dark, people like Troy Dolenchik that sit right underneath your back diffuser, they use the side view to be able to pick up static markers on the side of the circuit. Is that a major discomfort for you, not having those extra screens and being able to pick up markers on the side when you are very close to the person in front of you?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. At the end of the day, we're playing, everyone's on different equipment. So the triple screens, I don't think make you any faster, but, it's in that close racing and close combat. And as it gets to nighttime and that where, having that extra visibility obviously helps. But, most of the guys kind of realize that, you might be racing. I'm on a laptop, and playing against somebody on triple screens might make make a big difference. But yeah, when you drive accordingly, you give the guys a bit of space. You can't drive like you do in real life when you get up on the guy's bumper. If somebody's driving like that behind me, I usually just let them go through, because there's no point in having them take you out and your race is ruined. So, I think you know the limits of the equipment you've got, and then you drive accordingly.
That is a brilliant theory. If only everybody else thought about it the same way, would be fantastic. Graham, numerous people with your surname in motorsport at the moment now, for all in the main circuit. Just give the folks a breakdown, the Stephen family, father, son, brother combinations, who is who?
Yeah, so my brother is Michael. We've obviously been involved with racing since we were born. My dad, Roger, has been an official probably for the last 50 odd years. He's been involved in motorsport. So that's the one side of the family. And then we obviously got my uncle Neil, who used to race production cars and raced for Opel many years ago. But I'd hope to say our side of the family is the more successful one. I think Michael's record doesn't need any explanation. I stopped racing competitively probably 15, 20 years ago. Went and followed the business route and that, but still enjoy it. And sim racing gives us an opportunity to get back in there, be competitive. When you've got a family and kids and that, you don't have the time to spend out at the track. So, I think the sim racing really helps with that. But yeah, so yeah, we in the family. Unfortunately, my kids don't seem to be too interested in it. So, hopefully somewhere along the line they pick up the racing bug and we can continue the legacy.
Wow. Well, I've also learned something now. Neil Stephen, back in the day, Neil Stephen for the Opel dealer team, Delta dealer team with Michael Briggs and Leon Marais, the Air Force pilot Leon Marais, and then
that's right, yeah.
The son of the voice of South African motorsport was
Grant
also
McCleary.
in there,
That's
Grant
right.
McCleary as well.
Yeah.
Frankie, you also commentated in those days more of the Delta Motorsport guys?
Oh, gee, I can't remember all of them, but I know that was the heyday of the Stanek Group N, and I can still remember at Killarney doing the Stanek 9-hour and the Castrol 9-hour as well, and all those drivers took part. Those years you had the Inland Championship of Group N, you had the Coastal Championship, and then you had the National Championship as well. And the classes went all the way from Class A all the way to Class F. And at the end of that year, you still had the Car Magazine Rookie of the Year as well. So, yeah.
Class F was the 1300s. It was out on circuit.
That
in
was
effect, the cadets.
Graham, you can remember the old cadet cubs that used to race out there in Class F back in the day.
I remember that. Unfortunately, I never raced in that, but that was great racing. I mean, 20, 25 odd cars on the track, bumper to bumper sort of stuff. I think in those days, we were still in the karting scene. Luke, myself, Johan, we were all kind of the same era. And I remember you guys commentating back at Killarney Kart Circuit back in, I think, 1998, 1997.
Yes. I started...
When the shifter karts still skipped the 180s and used the long straights. So miss those days. I think, unfortunately, the karting's changed quite a bit nowadays, and they obviously...
Well, looks like the soundtrack there from Graham has cut off by us. Unfortunately, can't hear him. But Graham Stephen, the man from Biswal, and he is one of our two sponsors of today. And what they do is actually very interesting. Keep it in mind when you do your grey 9 to 5, you can get hold of the likes of Graham Stephen. What they do is essentially it's an online tool to allow business owners to value their businesses quick, cheap, accurate, and affordable. It can be used by business owners, buyers, and sellers, accountants, and lawyers. And literally, it takes minutes to be able to do it. It's not a completely complicated thing. And in the era that we find ourselves now, that's the kind of thing that you need to be able to make the right kind of decision. So that is Graham Stephen from Biswal. And unfortunately, we've lost contact with him on our stream. Another man that is inside the studio with us is one of our previous sponsors of the 6-hour races, Stephen McCarthy. Stephen, how's it, bud?
Hi, Gary. Well, and you?
fantastic. As a non-sponsor of today, but an avid racer, what's it like to be out there and just concentrate on your team racing as such?
No, it's good fun. I mean, Mike and myself team up for all the 6-hour races, as you know. And this one's turning into a bit of a shocker because we had an incident on the rolling start before the lights even changed. So we were in the pits during the start. And yeah, we've had a couple more incidents since then. So we're just trying to, keep our heads down, knock in some steady laps, and try and get move up the field. And that's all you can do in these endurance races. It's just try and be consistent and not get too many off tracks and things like that, and keep the pit stops to a minimum, tire changes, that sort of thing. But no, it's good fun. We enjoy it.
In terms of the tire strategies, what are you looking at? Ideally only 2 stints, or can you stretch it out to a 3rd stint and not go below 30% tires?
I just did a triple. I just did 3 10-lap stints. Mike did a double stint, and then we said, okay, let's go for a triple because the tires still look good after. You see, you can only check the tires after your stint. You can't check them during the race. So you can't check your tires and say, oh, I've got so much left, I'm going to pit and change. Only once you come in and you change the tires can you then see what the old tires look like. So it's quite interesting. It's quite realistic in that sense. So yeah, after the triple, the tires weren't too bad, although they were sliding a bit through the Porsche curves and that sort of thing, the fast curves. So Mike's gone on to new now, and he's in his 2nd stint. And yeah, triple stinting. The goal, some of the youngsters are probably running 4 stints on a set. I don't know, but 3 seems to be the most comfortable for us.
Can you actually feel that grip starting to go away towards the end of the tire life, that where you would normally have a brake marker, now when you get to it, you feel that you're very much on the edge, trying to brake at the same spot that you were accustomed to braking when the tires were still new?
Oh yeah, you can feel it under braking, and when you load the tires, when you're really looking for grip in a corner, especially like, as I say, the fast corners. You go in and you just feel the front start to slide. You can't hold your normal line, so you've either got to get out of it or try and brake a bit in order to bring the nose in. But what's interesting is that at the end of a stint, it doesn't feel too bad because your tires are wearing down, but your fuel's also getting lower. So the car's lighter and it feels, oh, maybe I'll do another stint on these. And then you put in a full tank of gas and, 75 liters, and you go out, and now suddenly you've got full fuel, but tires that are pretty old. And that's when you feel it under braking and under load. So yeah, you've got to keep pushing it further and further, because obviously a tire change takes a lot longer in the pit stop than just a straight fuel fill and go.
Definitely so, no doubt about it. When can we look forward to seeing your brother out on circuit again? Is his back injury getting any better?
Yeah, he's just got back from overseas, so I think he's keen. He had a disc fusion type thing done overseas, and I think he just wants to make sure that's healed 100% before he gets back in the rig. But yeah, I'm pushing him to get back in as soon as possible, because he really enjoys it. And I mean, we've done quite a bit of sim racing, well, especially since the start of lockdown. So yeah, I'll keep pushing him. But yeah, I think he'll be back pretty soon.
And also family, Ryan McCarthy, seen him out on main circuit recently and doing a bit of supercars. His future in iRacing?
I haven't really managed to hook him. Ryan was racing our other supercar. Then when I stopped, I put Hilton Peters into mine, and he raced my one for I think 2-3 seasons. But then work commitments were too much for him to do both. But yeah, I haven't. Hilton does a bit of he's a younger guy. He does a bit of sim racing, iRacing. But Ryan, I must actually get Ryan around and try and get him hooked. But he's just bought a house now, and he's going through that whole thing. So I don't know if it's a priority at the moment.
Well, buying a house, Sujin Properties. I'm sure that you guys guided him correctly with that one. Stephen, from our side, a big thanks to you from the Sector Studios and from everybody in the iRacing in South Africa for coming on board, not only with what you do in terms of the racing and the rest of the family, but being one of the big six that has helped to set up the Sector Studio to where we are now. In fact, the single biggest contributor to getting us to where we are with, we're closing, I think we're just a bit over 100,000 rands worth of equipment in total. A big thanks to Shajin Properties being one of the big six that have helped to get us to where we are, that we can put this type of production together. And folks, Shajin Properties, keep that one in mind. What they do is fantastic stuff. In fact, Stephen, while you're on the line, just give the folks a bit of background as to what exactly the function is of Shajin Properties.
Okay, Gary. Yeah, just we're more than happy to sponsor the SA iRacing, especially the commentary side that we got involved in, because it's such an important part of the broadcasting. When people can see and also hear what's going on, and they can relate to the local drivers. So we're more than happy to get involved with you guys that we have, and we enjoy the commentary. I mean, the season finale GTE race last week was just fantastic. The commentary was brilliant. I was listening to it. I didn't do that race, but the puns with Matt Shorter and Luke King, those had me cracking up. So so we're very happy to be involved with you guys. Sujin Properties is a commercial property company that was started in the 80s. And it's a family business. My brother and myself run it, and we have a portfolio of commercial properties that we rent out, mini factories, mostly industrial stuff, Brackenfell, Stickland, Blackheath, where we accommodate commercial tenants, they operate their businesses from our premises. So we commercial landlords, and that's what we do.
Fantastic. Steve, thanks very much for joining us. And good luck when you get back out on track again. Let's just bring up your teammate. There he is. 8call24/7 and Sujin Properties, Dr. Mike Berry, the man that initiated iRacing in South Africa in terms of getting it out there onto social media, starting off with the Sports and GT, moving along to Sports and GT Masters, bringing in the 6-hour races, and then Jaco Steyn getting involved and bringing in touring cars and Porsche Cup and GTEs, and also then linking up with Motorsport South Africa. And as we said earlier on with one of the previous interviews, 99.1 million% sure that whatever the requirements were from MSA side for us to be able to get national recognition, and then also the issue of national colors, I think we've way surpassed any requirements that they have with the help of the Big Six and the likes of Mike Berrier and Jaco Steyn doing massive amounts of work in the background, ably assisted there by Sandra Bakari as well. I think it's been a brilliant run to date.
Steve, you still on the line?
Yeah, I am.
Steve, just another question, Frankie. We're talking about the McCarthy family members racing. Michael McCarthy used to race a Porsche out in Sports and GTs. Any news on Michael? What's he doing lately nowadays?
No, Michael is Ryan's brother. They're both my cousins.
Yes.
Michael raced my old supercar, I think, before Ryan. Sean McCarthy raced, my brother raced a cup car, a Porsche Cup car in Sports and GTs. So the Michael, if it's the same Michael McCarthy, then it was only in supercars. He did a couple of, I think.
Okay, yeah, that was supercars. Sean raced the Porsche in in Sports and GTs. That's quite right, yeah. So Michael's decided his racing days is finished.
Yeah, he's got two kids. Second one just arrived, so yeah, he's got other priorities at the moment. What I wanted to tell Gary was just out of interest sake, Mike and myself just recently entered the 24 Hours of Lemons in Red Star Raceway in Joburg, and we're going to be doing that as a endurance race. So that's something for us to look forward to. We've been online endurance races, but now we're going to do the 24 hours in Red Star in October.
And
Just give us a feedback on what is the 24 Hours of Lemons. I've heard of it.
Well, there's a limited number of entries. Your car can't cost you more than 50,000 rand.
yes.
So it's got to be a lemon. It's got to obviously run for 24 hours. If you do spend more than 50, I think you can sell off. You can get credits back for what you've overspent, and they can, or they can add laps, or they can deduct laps from your time for the monetary value, if you know what I mean. Also, if you break a certain lap time, there's a minimum lap time. If you go below that, then I think that also they penalize you with laps. But it's a fun thing. I think it's its third year now. They have all sorts of odd penalties like push-ups and things like that. Yeah, so far it's 24 hours with 4 drivers: myself, Mike, my son Carl, and Neandertoy is the 4th driver.
Wow, there we go. There was actually one of those, Frankie, I think not that long ago at Swartkops Raceway, if I've got it correct, was where the last round of that Lemons race, as they refer to it.
No, yeah, that was what they called the Swartkop Napolis or something. That was for cars. I know Greg Maloney still did the live stream. That was for cars 70,000 rand and under. That was about 3-4 weeks ago. That is pretty similar to the one that you guys are going to be doing in Delmas at Red Star Raceway.
That'll be interesting stuff. There we go. So that's the man himself, Stephen McCarthy, one of the people that put their money where their mouth is behind the iRacing in South Africa and have helped to bring us to where we are at this brilliant level that we're at. We're going to take a short break and we're going to come to you with a rundown from Leighton Fourie, Byron Mitchell and Luke King, first, second and third in the elites, through Luke Lukisi, Jens Spammers and Peter van der Spey. That's in the top echelons of the Masters. We'll come back to you shortly. All right, folks, coming back to you again. And for those of you that have missed out earlier on, it's been utterly amazing. It's really been brilliant stuff. Just to bring you up to date, that is where we are. It's the 6 hours of Le Mans, the elite class being the 16 to 39 years of age, the master class being 40 years of age up to and including 75. And it's coming to you live from the Second Year Productions studio here in Valgelegen in the friendly city of Cape Town. My name's Gary Fleming, and with me, Mike Side, the voice of West Rams Motorsport, Frankie Yennis, who will be joining us this weekend going up to the George Motor Club for the first round of the Do for SA Heavy Metal Nationals. And then the following week we'll be down to Killarney Main Circuit doing some main circuit commentary. Been doing that for 2 decades and more. I'd like to have him here in the studio with me on a regular basis for not only the touring cars, not only the 6-hour events, not only the Sports and GT Masters, but also the MSA-backed Porsche and GTE series as well. We had a couple of studio guests, so you can want to pick up on that. Lots of inside information that's come through from those guests, so you can go back in the stream and you can have a look at that. So as we move along, 4 hours 26, just over an hour and a half to go, and those two classes that's out there, the Elite and the Masters, with Luke Lucchese pretty much we expected to be at the front end of the field with the Masters. And let's have a look at the balance of the Masters group, starting off with Luke Lucchese.
Yeah, that's Luke Lucchese you see on your screen there. But while we stay with Luke Lucchese, the last one that we had was very exciting indeed, because the last event was the 6 hour of Bathurst at Mount Panorama, and Lucchese in the BMW then was chasing down heavily the Durant Motorsport team, and it was he and Francois Hubert, and it was very entertaining to say the least. Talking about the Durant Motorsport guys, this time they're completely blown apart. They're not together with each other, and it is really Leighton Fourie that's dominated this one in that class. But in this Masters category, it is Luke Lucchese that leads overall, and then in second position it is Jan Sparmers that sits there in that second place. Jan Sparmers together with Jaco Forster, the man that is JV Workshop Livery Designs himself. They are 2 minutes and 7 seconds. They find themselves on track behind Luke Lucchese. Then Peter van der Spey is sitting in that third place. He and his teammate Graham Stephen. Graham was on the, what should I say, chatting to him in the lobby to Graham Stephen earlier on, and his teammate is that man you see out on circuit there. That is Peter van der Spey, and Peter is nearly 41 seconds behind Jan Sparmers. Then fourth in that class is Mike Verrier. Mike Verrier is 2 minutes and 41 seconds behind Peter van der Spey is the Doc. And Mike Verrier and his teammate is Steve McCarthy, as we ride aboard here with the 8-ball 24/7 and Sujin Properties Dallara LMP2 sports car, and they are sitting there in that fourth position. Then fifth overall in the Masters category is Sandro Bakari. He's 2.7 seconds is Sandro Bakari behind Mike Verrier. There goes Sandro Bakari, and he's teamed up with a young gun, a young man by the name of Divan Lazarus, and he is the younger teammate of Sandro Bakari. So there's a combination of Master and Elite drivers in that 72 car. Then in sixth position, 2 minutes and 26 seconds behind Sandro Bakari is the 7 Dallara, the Gazoo racing outfit of Willem Botha. He and his teammate Johan Engelbrecht, they share that motor car. And then in seventh position in the Masters is the 111 car of Robbie Teens, and Robbie shares that motor car with Ian Riddle, and that is your top 7 in the Masters category.
John T. Weiss had a bit of an issue. Ooh, looks like climbed a bit of curbstone there. Let's see what the end result was of that. Yeah, climbing lots and lots of curbstone, picks it up, turns it right. Oh, that's going to be heavy damage on the back of that motor car. I cannot see that he's going to get away with that without any damage at all. Mike Verrier that you just spoke about, Frankie, he's come into the pits, as did our new man Sam Van Nolst, I think is the right way to pronounce that one, as they work their way in. Let's go. Sandro Bakari did get past Mike Verrier, but that's because Mike went into the pits. So let's have a look at the elite class with Leighton Fourie up front.
Oh, Leighton Fourie, I tell you what, this team is doing extremely well. Leighton Fourie, and he has teamed up with Chris Shorter for Impulse Racing. And if anybody has shown Durant Motorsport the way around Le Mans so far, I nearly said the way to the checkered flag, it's not done and dusted yet, is this combination of Chris Shorter and the man you see on track there, Leighton Fourie.
You think he's found a shorter way around? Excuse the pun.
Yes, he definitely found a shorter way around. Has Leighton all around this circuit. Then Byron Mitchell is the man that's in second position. And that is the first of the Durant Motorsport cars, and they are nearly 40 seconds behind Leighton Fourie. That is the 14 car of Byron Mitchell and his teammate Yuri Umpiswar. Then in third position, 48 seconds behind Byron Mitchell, is the man in car number 8 for Dot Soft Pantera Racing, Luke King, 4 hours and 32 minutes. This man has done it on his own. He is the Lone Ranger out there today in that the Dot Soft Pantera Racing LMP2 Dallara, and he on his own is in the top 3 in class, top 3 on track, and not a bad effort so far by Mr. Luke King that sits there in that third position.
Frankie, a question regarding Luke King. So you're driving and you're driving and you're driving. Now, yes, the Mulsanne Straight's pretty long. Maybe you can have some nuts and raisins on the one side and a little hooligan juice or orange juice on the other side, but you can't go for a pee. Now, we're talking since 2 o'clock this afternoon. This man has been sitting for 4 hours, 32 minutes with the steering wheel in his hand doing, well, let's have a look at the speed that he's doing right now. Let's have a look at the dashboard. 317 kilometers an hour in the 6th gear, 4.5 hours down the line. Maybe he's got a catheter.
Well, I don't know. You see, you got to time your pit stops properly.
But
That's
even
the whole
then,
thing.
you can't walk away from it. You got to hit the buttons.
Yeah,
you got to tell the crew chief what you want.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's done some potty training during the week. I don't know.
So you think Leighton Fourie has been practicing on circuit and Luke King's doing potty training?
I think he's been doing potty training, yes. Other than potty training, I don't think he's going to be able to get away with it. That's for sure.
Definitely not. Luke King, and then the next man behind him, not that far behind, in fact, is Keegan Masters.
Yeah, Keegan Masters is 10.2 seconds behind. Luke King is Keegan Masters as he winds that LMP2 up in 14 Weekend Racing. He's in car number 18, and he shares that car with Chris Shorter's brother, with Matt Shorter, Keegan Masters, and they are sitting 4th overall in the elite class, and they've done 8 pit stops so far. Then Jason Kutsia for Durant Motorsport in car number 9. They are sitting 5th overall, and he shares that motor car with Michael Stephen, the legend Michael Stephen, that used to race for the Terry Moss racing outfit a couple of years ago, based in the Eastern Cape in Port Elizabeth. And they are there in that 5th position. Then just out the top 5 in the lead is Jacques Botha in the 888 car, and Jacques Botha shares that motor car with Wayne Wortley, and they've done 7 pit stops so far, and they are 28 seconds behind Jason Kutsia. Then in P7 is Corne Breetenham. That is the 88 car of Corne Breet. And Corne shares that motor car with Raymond Duggan, and they have done 7 pit stops, and they are 1 minute and 17 seconds behind Jacques Botha. Now, Troy Dolacek, my word, look where they find themselves. in the top 10, yes, but that's not exactly where they want to be. They are in 8th position in the elite category. That is Dollarcheck in that 17 motor car. He and Elroy Weiss are teammates in that 17 car. They have done 7 pit stops and he's 2 minutes and 14 seconds is Dollarcheck behind Corne Breed. And that is not where Troy wanted to find himself 4 hours and nearly 36 minutes into this race. Not even in the top 3, not even the top 5 for that matter. Atinagel sits there in that 9th position in car number 19. And Atinagel and Jaco Steyn, they are the 2 drivers for the IRSA Racing Red. Atinagel 22 seconds behind Dollarcheck, and they have done 8 pit stops so far. Then in 10th position is Mario Colwars in car number 6, and he and Stephen Duplessis are teammates for that team. 9 pit stops and 1 minute and 26 out on circuit behind Atinagel. Then Janeman Prius in 11th position. He shares that car with Steven Koenig. They've done 8 pit stops for Team Heap together, and they are 5 minutes and 17 seconds behind Mario Colwars. Then rounding off the top dozen is the 92 car of Sam Vanolis, and his teammate is Duncan Murray. And they find themselves 3 minutes and 47 seconds behind Janeman Prius in that 12th position. Well, it shows Jonty Weiss and Dougerbe are out, so I think we might only have those 12 cars in the elite category, led there, of course, by Leighton Fourie and them.
Well, a couple of little incidents that have happened recently. Let's have a look at it. Janeman Prius found himself in an incident.
Yeah, that's going down the Malzahn Straight into that second chicane. That's obviously where something went wrong there.
So let's just pick that one up again. So incorrect.
Yeah, that's going into that the second of the chicanes in the Malzahn Straight.
Oh, how many people?
Too soon on the gas. And then that Delara almost did a swapper there on the exit of the second chicane.
Probably 30% of the incidents we've seen, Frankie, on that specific spot.
A lot of incidents there, yes, but the most that we've seen so far is coming out of turn number 1. Just before you go into the Dunlop curves, that's where that problem for many of the drivers happened. There we see Peter van der Spey coming out of that right-hander, and also just a little bit too eager on the gas and then making a mistake. This is Sandro Bakari. And this is his favorite spot for Sandro Bakari. This is as you come through the Ford curves, heading towards the start-finish line. And he's had quite a few offs at the exit of the Ford curves just before you get the home straight.
And then one of the big names that's just had a bad off.
Yes, Troy Dollarcheck. That is what I'm talking about. There's the pit lane exit there. You are busy heading. That is the pit lane exit you went over. That's going into the Dunlop curves.
That's a strange one, Frankie. Let's just play that again.
A lot of mistakes was made there by lots of drivers.
Is that not netcode? Watch the front wheels. He doesn't turn the opposite way.
Yeah, it just keeps on going straight. Unless he just... But if he had braked himself, there would have been smoke or something. I don't know. But clearly some kind of problem there for LDR Racing's Troy Dollarcheck.
Well, let's see if we can pick Troy Dollarcheck up on the leaderboard. Let's see if we can get him. Well, yes, he is going racing again. But, yeah, that was a strange one. Jason Garcia has just entered into the pits. Troy Dollarcheck is definitely still out there and running. But that was a very, very strange one. That just didn't look right somehow whatsoever. It just turned slightly to the right-hand side instead of going to the left and said, good night, nurse, we're out of here. Well, talking about we're out of here, we're going to take a short break and we'll come back to you shortly. We're 4 hours, 40 minutes into 6 hours of the Le Mans 6-hour race, and sponsored by JV Workshop, and then also Mr. Graham Stephen as well coming on board and putting his company name in there behind it. And we'll give you some more information on those two sponsors when we come back to you after the break. All right, folks, we're back with you again. And for those of you that have missed out on the earlier part of today, it's been 4 hours 58, almost 5 hours into the 6 hours of racing. That's where we are. It's the 6 hours of Le Mans. Two different classes, the elite class being 16 to 39, and then from 40 up to 75. As you can see there, it is a 6 hour race. It's got two lovely sponsors that have come on board to pay for the prize money to put up, I think it's 3,000 Rand per class, then prize money that's been made available, and that's awesome. And a big thanks to Mr. Steven from Bisval and Mr. Voster from LV Workshop, doing livery designs for the different iRacing genres of motorsport that is out there. Frankie Innes with me, Mike's side, the man that's every single Saturday, some Wednesdays at a circuit somewhere, and now with iRacing here on a Sunday for 6 hours, here on a Monday for touring cars, here on a Wednesday for GTE and Porsche, or for sports and GT Masters. So yeah, he eats a lot of takeaways, but we look after him well when he's here at the studio. So Frankie, let's have a look, see exactly where we are right now. The man you see on screen, Chris Shorter, we had him on early on in the second gear lobby, brought him into the live studio, and he gave us lots of information. And right from the get-go, he has been the man that's been the quickest of everybody out there. Well, somehow he set it up, or he's tuned it in, or he's dialed it in, or he's put 102 in his Wheaties, but he is the fastest car driver combination out there, including his teammate in the exact same car.
Yeah, Leighton Free with the Chris Shorter. It's been a star-studded performance by these two drivers for Team Impulse Racing, and they've just been in a class on their own. As a matter of fact, they're going to pick up a heap of back markers that they will be getting past pretty soon. They will pick up Mario Kowars, Ati Nagel and Robbie Teens, but there's still 13 seconds before they pick up Mario Kowars. But I'm sure Chris will know by now that there are a few drivers that that 33 car of theirs is going to be lapping pretty soon. So Byron Mitchell sits there in that second position, and he is 23.6 seconds behind Chris Shorter. As a matter of fact, if you look there, he's going to put a lap on Dolacek. Can you believe it? In a month of Sundays, he's going to lap the great little Troy Dolacek. And I say that with all respect, because I mean Troy Dolacek is a great driver, and I say little because I think he's only in high school, if I'm not mistaken, and he is one of the top karters out there, and also single-seater drivers in the country, and he will not fancy the fact that he is going to be lapped there by the number 14 Durant Motorsport LMP2 Dallara, now in the hands of Byron Mitchell. But it is what it is, unfortunately, and there isn't much that Troy can do about that. He just has to hold that line, and if Byron is quicker than him, then open the door and allow Mitchell to go through. He won't make it easy for Mitchell though, but he's going to have to. Troy is sitting 10th in class, and Byron is sitting second, so he's going to be lapped, and there's nothing he can do except open the door, and he's not used to being lapped. I don't think Troy Dolacek has ever been lapped in his life before, whether it's sim racing or real-time racing. So I think this is probably the first time in this young man's life that he's been lapped by anybody. But yeah, that is Byron in that second position. Luke King sits out there in third, the guy that we refer to as done potty training, because he's 51 seconds behind Byron Mitchell, and in that third position for a man that's done it all on his own. He's flashing his lights there at Divan Lazarus, saying, come on Divan, I'm just giving you a bit of a heads up that I am in there behind you and that I'm going to lap you. Divan is sharing that 72 car with Sandro Bakari, but the Divan is the young man behind the wheel of that 72 Dallara, and he's about to be caught and lapped there by Luke King, that sits at third place overall. Keegan Masters is there in that fourth position, and this is exactly another reason why Luke was flashing lights because Keegan Masters is just over a second behind Luke King, and they're fighting for that third position on track and in class as well. There goes Luke, and just behind him is a Keegan Masters. Keegan in that 18 car, and he shares that motor car with a Matt Shorter. So there could be a change up for third position between the two of them. Then we see Jason Kutsia. Now Jason Kutsia is on track there behind Luke Lucchesi, who is leading the Masters category. But Jason Kutsia sitting out there in 5th position in the elite class with the Durant Motorsport outfit. And then nearly a minute behind him, 56.1 seconds in 6th position in the elites is Jacques Buerta in car 888, and Jacques shares that motor car with Wayne Wolseley, and he is there in that 6th position is Jacques Buerta. Then 7th, 52 seconds behind Jacques Buerta, is the number 88 car, and that's in the hands there of Corne Breed, and he and Raymond Duggan are teammates in that car. Is Corne Breed and them for Team IRSA Racing Green. And then we've got Atti Nagel. That is the next man out there, because between Breed and Nagel we've got a couple of master drivers. So in the elite category is Atti Nagel, and he would be then nearly 4 minutes would he be behind Corne Breed then, Atti Nagel. So he is having a lot of fun out there in that number 19 car, and he is the teammate with Jaco Steyn. The two of them are in that IRSA Racing Red LMP2 Denara. Then Mario Kowos is the next man in the elite category, and he has 7 seconds behind Atti Nagel. Is Mario Kowos have done 9 pit stops in car number 6, and he and Stephen Duplessis share that Delara for Duco Racing Team. Then Troy Dolacek, the young man I said earlier on, that is in 10th position in class. They've done 8 pit stops. He's nearly 36 seconds behind Mario Kowos is Dolacek, and they are out there in that 17 car. He and Elroy Weiss share that motor car, but not exactly, Gary, where Dolacek wanted to find himself. He's having a horrible Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I've never seen him that far down before, and yeah, the race has been pretty long, so it's a little bit too far for me to try and go back through the history to try and pick up all the incidents that him and his teammate have been involved in. But there's no doubt the pace is there, but obviously off tracks and incidents that have happened has cost them pretty dearly. Sam Van Olst in 11th position overall, and that's pretty much a new name to us, not a known name whatsoever, is Sam. But well, he's done a pretty decent job out there, has Sam Van Olst, and it's nice to get extra people coming in from around the world to come and join us with our form of motorsport that we enjoy so much. Janneman Prius, the next man that's out there on circuit, there he is. And Janneman has had not too much of a great session today. He likes to be a little bit further up the pecking order, but they're not giving up whatsoever. They're still out there and having fun. And at this stage of the fight, that car's looking very, very neat and clean and tidy. Don't believe there's any possible problems with that. Unfortunately, we've lost out on John Weiss and Dougab. Now, knowing how the system works, it's pretty much a case of if you pick up too much damage, you've used all your quick fixes, and you've now got to fix up the damage if they've had a very heavy accident. Remember, these cars do over 300 kilometers an hour. And if you've had heavy damage on the motor car, it's just not possible to be able to fix it and get back out again. It can keep you out for half an hour and more. And then, okay, it's obviously then it's just not worth it for you to then try and continue. You can rather just click onto the live feed and enjoy it with everybody else that's watching with us. So let's go back to the man that leads out with the Masters, Mr. Luke Easy.
Yeah, and as we have a look at Luke Lucchese, you see there's a lot of cars that's diving into pit lane with 5 hours and 8 minutes done, sorry. So it could be time for another routine pit stop. Steve McCarthy is that car's in the pits. Then Janneman Prius in there, and Sam Van Aert is in the pits, but it's all about this man in the Masters category, and that is Luke Lucchesi. He sits 5th overall, and first in the Masters category is Luke Lucchesi. Then second in that category, and there are 3 elites between Luke Lucchesi and that man we're talking about there, namely Jaco Forster, the man of JV Workshop Livery Designs. He's one of our sponsors, together with Bisval, and he is there in that second position. And a minute and 17 seconds behind him in class, we've got Graham Stephen, that is sitting in that third position, and he and Peter van der Spy share that 21 Delara, and Graham and Peter will be smiling if they can get a top 3 in the Masters category. Then Divan Lazarus and his teammate is Sandro Bakari. They are sitting in 4th position. We just mentioned the Graham Stephen Peter van der Spy outfit that is there in 3rd, and that is Graham Stephen. That's going through your shot there, through your screen. Lazarus is there in that 4th position. That's Divan Lazarus, and he shares that 72 car with Sandro Bakari, and they are there in that 4th position. Then 5th position, a minute and 3 seconds behind Divan Lazarus, is Stephen McCarthy. And Steve McCarthy and Dr. Mike Verrier share that number 4, April 24/7 Sujine Properties Delara. And they are 5th in the Masters category. And then 6th is Willem Botha. He and Johan Engelbrecht are in that Gazoo Racing Delara, and they are 3 minutes and 23 seconds behind Steve McCarthy, and they have done 10 pit stops. Then 7th in the Masters is Ian Riddle in the 111 car, and he shares that motor car with Sandro Bakari. They've done 9 pit stops, and he's only 8.99 seconds is a Riddle behind Willem Botha in class. As a matter of fact, Riddle makes his way into the pit lane, and there was a serious go that he could have had. He had a back mark in front of him. He had Mario Kowars in front of him, but never made the move on Kowars because he brings a 111 Delara into pit lane.
Well, there we go. The man with all the information, Frankie Innes, the voice of West Farms Motorsport, bringing you that roundup of where we're at. 5 hours, 11 minutes, that is past. Big thanks to Bisval and LV Workshop for their sponsorship of today's 6-hour event from Le Mans, brought to you from the Second Year Production Studio right here in Cape Town. We're going to take a short break and come back to you soon. Back with you live from the Second Gear Production Studio, and wow, what a race it has been. A big thanks to Biswell and JV Workshop, Dr. Forster and Michael Stephen putting up prize money for today's racing. And well, what can I say? Dr. Forster, a lifelong friend of Jaco Steyn, the man that's done so much alongside Mike Berrier for iRacing in South Africa over the last 2 years, in fact. So, Frankie, let's look at the shorter class first of all. If we look at the classes overall, Mr. Luke Lucchese, the old guy, if we can call him old, just over the age of 40. He's 40 years with a couple of extra years of experience. The only guy that's really been able to take on the mic of the youngsters in iRacing in South Africa. Quite comfortably leads out in the Masters class, but finding it difficult to beat out on the very top guys in the junior class. Well, we call them juniors, but it's actually the elite class.
Yeah, and if I have a look what's happening out there on track, there was an incident there that Byron Mitchell was flashing the lights there at the Jacques Botha saying, come on, get out of my way. Dollar Check will now make the move there as well. But remember that Troy is all the way down. So even though you see him right behind that 14 car, Dollar Check is all the way down in 8th position in the elite class. So he is no threat to the Byron Mitchell, the number 14 car that's busy making its way around. So Jacques Botha is in 6th position in that elite category, and there goes Troy Dollarcheck. That's going to make the move on him there on track, and he doesn't make it easy for Troy. He doesn't want to be pushed off the circuit accidentally there by the 888 car. So Dollarcheck does put a lap there on Jacques Botha, and he's on circuit right in there behind the Durant Motorsport number 14 car, and that is Byron Mitchell and Umpi Swart. That's Byron behind the wheel. But yes, Byron sits in P1 in class, and Troy sadly sits in P8 in that very same class.
Chris Shorter in that second position, only 27 seconds between them, and one difference in the pit stop, one having done 8, one having done 9, and that's also where it comes into doing a little bit of fuel saving, which Frankie, you and I were talking about off air earlier on.
Yes, now I have a question. If you look at Luke King, he's done 8 pit stops. Byron Mitchell's done 8 pit stops. Chris Shorter's done 9 pit stops. There's 5 hours and 23 minutes done. There's only 26 seconds between the two of them. Does Byron Mitchell, that's now leading, remember Chris Shorter was leading together with his teammate Leighton Fourie for most of this one. Does Byron Mitchell and Umpi Swart have to do another pit stop before the checkered flag comes out? If so, Gary, then 26 seconds will not be enough to keep Chris Shorter behind him. And Byron Mitchell is in pit lane. Exactly what I said.
You just answered your own question.
Exactly what I said. So thanks, Sir Byron, for helping me out on that one. Now, if Shorter gets through, which I'm almost certain he will, and Mitchell can come out right on his case, then with 35 minutes to go, we could have a dash between those two for first and second. It's not impossible.
Having come in on lap 89 and lap 90, you would tend to think that both of them would make it to the end of the race. Luke King having come in on lap 90, lap 88 by Matt Shorter, and 87 by Jacques Botha, and 83 by Corne Breed, and 80 by Troy Dollarcheck means to me, I would guess, all of those guys have got one more pit stop to go. Byron Mitchell's in, Luke King comes in as well. Well, I think where they come out here, can they make 35 minutes? Yes, I think so.
Yes, they can. They can make 35 minutes because Shorter's now done 9 pit stops. That means Mitchell has now done 9 pit stops, and King is busy making his 9th pit stop. And there's only 12 seconds. Make it now 10 seconds between Shorter and Mitchell. So, it's coming down dramatically. Well, okay, that's because he was still standing in the pit lane. So it is 21 seconds. That is quite correct there. As Lucchesi makes his way into the pit lane as well. But I think Luke is okay. He should not have a issue to defend that first position. So let's wait and see till the computer sorted all of this out. What is the exact time between Chris and Byron? So we'll have to look and see exactly how that's going to work, because we could still be in with an interesting finish here with 34 minutes on the clock to do. It shows 25.9 seconds between them, although that's jumping around heavily there, that lot. And that still doesn't make sense. I mean, it goes to plus 19, then 25, and it goes to plus 6. So, yeah, that is a little bit complicated at this point in time. But I don't know. I think that Mitchell is still in with the outside chance. It goes back to 30 seconds again from 6 minutes. So that leaderboard is being pummeled upside down as the guys begin to make, which is probably the final round of routine pit stops.
I would tend to think so, yes, with literally 33 minutes left to go. So Francois Joubert looks like he will be doing the final stint. Luke Lucchesi's climbed out of the Pantera racing car, and that looks like the last time that he'll be coming through. 2 minutes 38 between himself and Jaco Foster of JB Workshop, the livery design people that have done a lot of these vehicles that you see out here on circuit. And well, look at that car of his own. It looks like if you have a close-up of that silver paintwork, it almost looks like it's painted like the old Spitfires, where you can see the different panels, and it shows you all the rivet marks on the panels as well. Really a work of art. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Some real designer stuff that's done there by Jaco Foster of JB Workshop that does these livery designs as such. So a big gap actually starting to open up now. Francois Joubert leading, but nothing's over till the fat lady sings. Francois Joubert leading it out up the Mulsanne straight.
Yes, Luc Lucchesi just gave that car to Francois Joubert going into the first of the chicanes, and Francois Joubert getting it all wrong. Lucky chappy not to make contact with anything, just plowed a couple of furrows there into the sand, and gets back out on circuit again. So that lead has not been lost there by the combination of Francois Joubert and Luc Lucchesi in the master category.
But it brings Jaco Foster now 1 minute 37 behind. So that's pretty much less than a half a lap between the two of them. Another error, oopsie, picking up, somebody picked up a bollard, and Francois Joubert said, let's just get rid of Francois, right at the front end of the pack, and looking a little bit erratic at the moment. Now, did they maybe err in not doing a tire change? Francois Joubert now picking up a car that's not actually handling that well, as Jason Sia comes past him. Francois Joubert looks like he's battling a little bit with that motor car as they work their way through the wooded section of the long straights that we have on the circuit. So Jaco Foster now in 1 minute 25 behind Francois Joubert, and that's closing pretty quickly. Let's have a look at the last lap times overall that they did. 4 seconds slower was Francois Joubert than Jaco Foster. Let's see the next time they come through what that actually pans out to be, because Jaco Foster now just 1 minute 24 off the back of Francois Joubert, and that going for class victory as well.
Well, Gary, I'm sure you can see if there was any tires put on. Obviously, you'll be able to tell by the amount of time that the car was standing in the pit area. Then we'll know more or less if Francois Joubert, when he took that car over from Graham Stephen, if he put tires on. What I'm seeing there is he did not put tires on.
Definitely.
33.5 is not long enough for fuel and tires, so he could be, as you say, struggling a bit out there on old rubber.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's just get that away from there. So let's see what's the latest lap times that's being done by these guys. 3:34 and a 3 minute 30 the last time that they came through. So once again, Jaco Forster quicker out there than what Francois Joubert is by 4 seconds. 4 seconds a lap, that gives you about, well, where are we on lap 92? Yep, it's possible. On the 1 minute 21 gap between them, you take out 4 seconds per lap, 25 seconds, 25 laps. No, there's not enough time. 29 minutes to go. Even on 4 seconds a lap, Jaco Forster is not going to get up to the tail end of Francois Joubert.
No. You'll close the gap, yes, but he's not going to catch him, that's for sure. That 1 minute 21 will get smaller, but he's not going to get remotely close to Francois Joubert as Troy Dolacek brings the LDR Racing Delara down the pit lane for another pit stop. We go back to Jaco Forster, who's 1 minute and 22 seconds behind Francois Joubert. And as I said earlier on, the gap will get smaller, but he's not going to close up onto the back of Joubert. But they'll be okay with that. They're not going to mind him and Jaco Sparmers if they can finish second overall to Francois and to Luc Lequesi. Another team that will be happy with the third position, and that is Graham Stephen. And they are currently there in that third spot in the Masters. Will be Graham Stephen and Captain Peter van der Spey. They are 2 minutes and 14 seconds behind Jaco Forster, with Graham Stephen, the man behind the wheel of the Spey Stevens outfit. And they will be pretty chuffed with the third place overall in category. Graham Stephen and Peter van der Spey. This is a replay at the 18 car, being driven by Matt Shorter. And he went for an overtaking maneuver where there was no more racetrack. And then just got himself in a bit of a knot there, and then had to slide that thing back onto the track once again.
In front of Stephen Koenig, I think that was. He went for the braking maneuver, and I think then he sort of hold a second. I'm going to end up going into the back of the car that I'm chasing here, and rather than make contact, rather just went a little bit wider and went past on the outside line. Yet again, we have a situation of 2.4 seconds difference between Jaco Forster and Francois Joubert. Is Francois Joubert just lifting off a little bit now and saving it to make sure it all comes together, or does he have a real problem with that motor car? Stefan Lazarus, that's back into the pit. So does he have a real problem with that motor car that he's not able to do those kind of lap times anymore?
Well, Divan is making his way out of the pits. He did not hand that car over to Sandro Bakari, but he was in and out extremely quickly. It seemed like some kind of a stop-go. It could have just been a splash and dash, as they say, just to get that car to the checkered flag, because they've got just less than 25 minutes to go. As a matter of fact, it's about 26 minutes on the clock that is left. And Graham Stephen and them are there in a comfortable second position. He and Captain Peter van der Spey. 30.2
seconds. So yeah, no, I think that it seemed so quick, because when they do the tire changes, it just takes so much longer. 3 minutes 33.0 by Francois Joubert. So he's brought it down to a 3:33 flat. And 1 minute 22 from now, we will see what the time is of Jaco Forster. Still 1 minute 22 between them, so it's a reasonable size gap. I don't think Francois has to panic at this stage of the fight. Remember, Luc Lequesi is not only a brilliant driver, he's also very intelligent mathematically as well, and he'll be able to work it out. I'll say to Francois, look, this is what you need to do. No more than that. Don't throw it away at the scenery. We've used up whatever quick repairs we've got. Let's rather just play it safe and go from there. So Jaco Forster still on 122 that he has to make up at this stage of the fight. And Frankie, just going back to Chris Shorter. Where, how? Now, once again, sub 3 minute 29. Most of the guys are chuffed if they get a 3:29 in. He's doing sub 3:29.
You were just talking about Jaco Forster now. Not only was he quicker than Francois, but he brings that car down the pit lane. So this is with 25 minutes approaching. This will be a quick splash and dash, I believe. I don't know if you'll hand that car over to Jan Sparmers and let Jan take it to the checkered flag. But with 25 minutes left on the clock, Forster's in, and I cannot think that they're going to put tires on here. It'll be a refuel and then back out onto the circuit again, unless he hands that car back over to Jan Sparmers.
Can they afford it at this stage of the fight to do a long stop? Yes, I think so, but only 2 minutes 14 back to Graham Stephen, and you can't take too many chances with the Graham Stephen behind the steering wheel. He can be blindingly quick as Janeman Prius has an off.
Forster came up there, 59, nearly a minute pit stop. So that's fuel and that is tires for them as Janeman Prius gets it turned around. He and Stephen Koenig, who's also a very decent commentator, Stephen Koenig. He's part of the commentary clan together with the likes of Greg Maloney and the boys up in North. And he does the commentary at Red Star Raceway, and he does a lot of short circuit motorcycle commentary as well. And he is in that 38 car that you saw spin around there. He shares that car with Janeman Prius. So there is Jaco Forster. Jaco Forster is in the 000 car, and he is second in the Masters. And Jaco Forster, well, you know what, with approaching 20 minutes in this one, I don't think that Jaco's going to do anything silly right now. He does have two cars in front of him that he'll be catching shortly to put a lap on. You can see the one just down the road there. That is Willem Botha that he's going to be catching pretty soon. Botha is 4.8 seconds ahead there of Jaco Forster. And Willem Botha is 6th overall in class. Jaco is 2nd overall in class. So Botha will not offer too much resistance the moment Jaco Forster catches up to his back bumper.
Having a look at the top end of your screen, Chris Shorter, 3 minutes 27.271, the fastest overall lap time over the last 5 hours and 38 minutes, that in the elite class. And then in the Masters, 3 minutes 28, and I'm pretty sure that you're going to find that that is going to be Francois Hubert, quicker than Luc Lucchese in that motor car. Wow, that's something else. So, yeah, Francois Hubert finds himself the fastest man in class, and must be a bit of an interesting one to see how that one's going to play out for overall fastest lap over the end of the 6 hours.
Now, look there, we can see that Shorter is the quickest man overall and in class, and Francois Hubert is the quickest man in class. So, yeah, I don't think Francois and Luke will do a Chris Shorter and beat that 327.271, because Chris and Leighton have got this one in the bag. I mean, this is a star-studded performance by Chris Shorter and by Leighton Fourie, and you can clearly see that they have just got this one dialed in perfectly, and that they're not planning to make any mistakes out there, that's for sure.
Corne Breed's just dived into the pits. In fact, he's just about on his way out already. He's Corne Breed. So Jaco Forster, second in class, and then Graham Stephen. That's our two class, our two sponsors, Bisval and JB Workshop. Jaco Forster and Mr. Stephen as well, Graham Stephen. Big thanks to them for coming on board for this one and putting up the prize money for the guys at the end of this event. It's been a very interesting race, I must say. Coming up for just about 20 minutes to go. Chris Shorter started first, still in first. Byron Mitchell started second, still in second. Luke King started fourth, up into third. Matt Shorter, the biggest winner in class, 4 positions and into the top 5.
And in the Masters, exactly the same as the top 2 in the Elite, Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchese. They qualified first in class. They haven't gone up or down. And then Jaco Forster and Jan Sparmers, they qualified second, and they are still in second position. So just like Chris and Byron, they haven't gone up nor down. Francois and Yaku is exactly the same in the Masters category. There's Divan Lazarus coming through. He and Sandra Bakari in that motor car, they've gone up 2 positions. They're 3 minutes and 5 seconds behind third place man Graham Stephen, who is 1 minute and 19 seconds behind Yaku Forster. And that is that combination. As I said earlier on, the youngster that is teaming up with the master, Sandra Bakari and Divan Lazarus. It's a nice combination of experience and of youth. Both these drivers, one is still currently a main circuit racer in sports and GT. That is Sandra Bakari. And Divan Lazarus, Gary, I think he's raced oval track in minis a couple of years ago, and he has done a stint or two in GTI Challenge.
Yeah, no, a very accomplished young man in Divan Lazarus, and a gentleman, a young gentleman, no doubt about it. Herman Lazarus, part of cheapercars.co.za, and people that was responsible for getting me up to Elders Kubanti a week or two back to follow the Alert Engine Spares away round of GTI Challenge from Killarney National Raceway. A big thanks to cheapercars.co.za and the others in the background that were not mentioned that made it possible for me to be there, because wow, did we put up a show with the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge at Elders Kubanti, and well, just an opportunity to get through to one of the other main circuits not that long ago was at the Swartkops as well. That was pretty great. Coming back to what's on screen, their pit stop strategies, the stint lengths, and you can see apart from Shorter that was pretty much out of sync with everybody else, and that's because of damage that they had earlier on, and they had a earlier pit stop than everybody else. Initially, they find themselves 4 positions up and on a slightly different pit stop strategy to everybody else. Having said all that, let's put our attention back into what's happening in the background, and joining us in studio once again, Peter van der Spy. Peter, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Gary. Jeez.
What a race. What a race. From the sitting in that seat there in your man cave up in the top end of Cape Town Gardens. Just talk us through the last 2.5, 3 hours, 96 laps into this, 18 minutes to go, and what an event it has been.
Yeah, I tell you what, obviously, I don't know, Yaku Foster and them must have an incredible strategy. We're trying to figure out how they gain so much time on us, but still trying to figure that one out, because we've only lost basically 20 seconds in the entire stint. And we quadruple stinting each session. And Graham's behind the wheel now. So, yeah, it's been very tense, very good. I must say, we've kept it on the track. We've got 7 off tracks at this stage. And it's been very tense, some very close moments, some close racing. And I tell you what, we are now at the moment squeezing to get to the end without a splash and a dash, which is when I say it's going to be cutting it fine. I can even see a possible idling over the line. You see, it depends on when the flag comes up. When the white flag comes up at exactly 8 o'clock, and we have got 1 lap left, which is 1 lap more than we can normally do on a tank. So we're trying to figure that one out at the moment by fuel saving now, in case we need to do that, so we can sneak over without a splash and a dash.
But Peter, you guys are 3 minutes and 6 seconds ahead of Divan Lazarus. So if you had to go for a splash and dash, then common sense tells me that you guys would not lose that 3rd position, and you would get a top 3 if you push to the end 4 a possible splash and dash.
You're quite right. That did cross our minds as well, and I was actually about to tell Graham, mate, you can do whatever you like. There's catching Yaku Foster and them now, unless they make a huge mistake, is really out of the question. So splash and dash, as you quite rightly said, will not affect our position. That's at least one bit of good news.
Yeah, which means the top 3 is guaranteed for you guys, which is awesome stuff.
That's if
Yeah, that-
nothing goes wrong. Let's be honest. Anything can
Correct.
happen. There's no doubt about it. Francois Hubert done a brilliant job so far. Him and Luke Lucchese, we know them as being top-notch at the top end of the Masters Series. Jaco Foster coming along, not only being a sponsor of today's event, but having one of his strongest events to date. Graham Stephen, as we had a chat earlier on, you guys had a problem there at the start. Started
Yeah.
a long way back. If it wasn't for that, I take it you fancy yourself to have been in second place, right?
Absolutely. That was our goal right from the get-go, was P2 in Masters class. And we were dealt a really bad hand there by having to not being able to qualify. Otherwise, we would definitely have been up there without a doubt in my mind. But under the circumstances, I think we've done an amazing job to get to where we are, having had to start from the back. So I'm quite happy with the result under these circumstances. It's very good anyway, but under the circumstances, it's outstanding.
Peter, as you say, having a great day out there with this 6 hours of Le Mans. But let's just page back a couple of Saturdays. Climbing into a racing car and getting out at Killarney International Raceway once again. What was that like for the heart and soul?
Well, that was I must say, that was quite anxious. It was very nice. Had really just one day of practice before that, after not racing that car for 5 years, and getting it strung out a bit. I've depowered the car so that we're about 100 horsepower down on purpose. And because we built the car for endurance, so I'm looking forward to this next Onsa AC race I think it's the 2nd of September, and just giving that a good 1 hour run without any blips. We had some blips on the last outing where we had some sensor issues, so the car went into limp mode every few laps. So we still finished second, even like that. So in class. So I'm hoping to do better this time, except of course I've broken into the next class now in this last race. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Here we go. Peter, thanks very much for joining us. I take it you're not going to be climbing back into the car again. It's going to be Graham that's going to take us to the Alla Grande finale with the checkered flag.
Absolutely. I'm sitting here pushing him, and I'm going to go talk to him now and say, go for Alpha Leather, mate. Don't worry for a splash and dash.
Well, you can tell him he can relax for the next couple of laps, because while we were chatting with you, we've had him up on screen, and he's just hit a 3 minute 32, so he's still pushing pretty hard. 1 minute 20 behind Jaco Foster, third overall in class, 4 positions up. Peter, thanks for joining us, and look forward to seeing you in the next Onsa AC 100 back at Killarney International Raceway.
Great, thanks guys. Thanks for a great event.
Yep, thanks, Peter.
So there we go. Our favorite captain, Captain Peter van der Spey, the man that flies golf jets for fun, for living, for giggles and shits. That's what he does, and he enjoys it, and also very much involved with iRacing here in South Africa and internationally as well. So the man of the moment, the man of the day, brilliant stuff. Chris Shorter still leading us out there very, very comfortably with just 10 and a half minutes to go. Chris Shorter from Byron Mitchell. There's Byron Mitchell there, carrying the Durant Motorsport colours, which was put together by JB Workshop, the livery designers, and a very well known Durant Motorsport colour scheme that I don't think they'll change that very easily. 1 minute 3 ahead of the high flying Luke King. That's one position up, started the 4th, now in 3rd position. Matt Shorter coming up 4 positions. Now they were also on lap 88. They went in. Now we just spoke to Graham Stephen. They were in on lap 89, and having chatted with Peter van der Spey, the teammate of Graham Stephen, saying they're going to have to try and eke it out somehow or other. Can Matt Shorter somehow eke out even a touch further?
Well, he's only 11 seconds behind Luke King, and there's 10 minutes to go before the checkered flag comes out. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. They did put 2 laps earlier than what Luke King pitted, but it is not impossible. It's now gone from 11 odd to a 10.8. So it isn't impossible, Gary, that third position could change, and that Matt Shorter could still find himself in that third position. Matt Shorter, and of course his teammate is Keegan Masters.
Talking about Shorter, Chris Shorter has just done 2 purple sectors, sector 3 and sector 5.
And as I talk, sorry Gaza, Matt Shorter makes his way into pit lane.
Oh, there we go. So into pits is Matt Shorter, so that turns that one upside down. Chris Shorter putting up 2 purple sectors. You'll probably find the next time that he comes around, it could very possibly be the fastest lap overall. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the one.
So you think he's going to go for a shorter pit stop?
He's going to go for a shorter pit stop, but he's also found a shorter way around the circuit. Brother Matt taking the long way around, going through the pits, and Jason Kutsia coming in there as well. So another stop there for Jason Kutsia. They were in on lap 97. So anybody that was in earlier on, well, I think they're going to have to make another pit stop. Will Graham Stephen and them make it through on lap 89? I think Peter's going to be sitting doing the necessary calculations there, and I think that splash and dash is going to be pretty much on as Jason Kutsia works his way out of the pit. 6th overall and 5th in class for Durant Motorsport, and we're down to 7 minutes and a bit.
Well, as I said to Peter van der Spey in the lobby, Graham can go for that pit stop. It was 3 minutes 6 seconds then when I spoke to him. It's now 2 minutes and 53 seconds. And there's 7.5 minutes left on the clock. So if I was Graham, I'd go in for the quick splash and dash, knowing that I've got the podium. I'm in 3rd position together with Peter van der Spey, and I would certainly go for it for that splash and dash if I was Graham Stephen.
Well, the Graham Stephen car came in on lap 89. Duncan Murray came in on lap 89 as well. Everybody else is 90 and later. So if there's anybody that's on the bubble, it's Graham Stephen. I can't see anybody running out of fuel. If Graham Stephen doesn't come in and keeps on going, nobody else should run out of fuel. I don't believe you can be that heavy on fuel that you're going to take an extra lap out of it. Very unlikely. So Graham Stephen, the car that's the longest out on circuit alongside Duncan Murray. Is it lift and coast? Or is it keep the hammer down and do a splash and dash? I think it'll be lift and coast if you look at only 6.5 minutes to go.
Well, with Matt Shorter coming into the pit stop and to do the pit stop, he is now back out on circuit again, but he's now 45 seconds behind Luke King. So unless Luke King does something really silly out there, I don't believe that Luke King is going to lose that 3rd position to Matt Shorter. I think King has sealed that 3rd position. It's in the bag. All he has to do is just knot that bag. And there is Byron Mitchell. They are in a comfortable 2nd position because he's 1 minute and 7 seconds ahead of Luke King and 52.3 seconds behind Chris Shorter. So unless, like Luke, unless Chris does something silly, Chris has got this one wrapped up, Byron's got 2nd wrapped up, and Luke King will have 3rd wrapped up with the Matt Shorter in 4th. So I don't believe you're going to see those first 4 positions overall and in the elite class change unless something dramatic goes wrong before the checkered flag comes out.
Francois Joubert leading out in class and 2 minutes 22 on Jaco Forster. That's about as much as you need. So Luke Lucchesi, even though he got punted off earlier on in the race, managed to get it all back together again for Pantera Racing, put in a vast amount of immensely quick laps and going one-on-one with Francois Joubert, who is notably one of the top 3 in the Masters series as well. It's 2 of the best Masters out there together in a team, and I don't think anybody else is really going to be able to fight against something like that. 2nd in class, there is Jaco Forster, then the teammate of the man that we just spoke to, Graham Stephen. That's the top 3. Devon Lazarus must be pretty chuffed. Well done, young man, coming into this one and linking up with Sandra Bakari, the Scuderia Bakari team. And Devon Lazarus, the young lad, I think has acquitted himself very, very well. Just ahead there of the Stephen McCarthy, Mike Verrier duo with Willem Botha and his teammate finding themselves just outside of the top 5.
Yeah, that's Willem Botha and Johan Engelbrecht. And then in that 7th position is the 111. That is Robbie Teens and Ian Riddle. And they round off the top 7, and they are down 2 positions. They pitted in lap 87, and they are 2 minutes behind Willem Botha and Johan Engelbrecht.
Surely they're going to have to do a pit stop before splash and dash before the end of this, unless they're going to lift and coast very heavily.
Well, Gary, if you keep that stat over there, Graham Stephen / Peter van der Spy, they came in on lap 89. Peter was saying in the lobby that they might have to do a splash and dash. They don't know if they're going to make it depending on where the checkered flag comes out. And that's on lap 89 that Peter was saying that. Robbie Teens and them pitted 2 laps earlier. So I do agree with you that Robbie Teens and Ian Riddle are going to have to do another pit stop within the next 3 minutes. Otherwise, they might run out of fuel.
Well, pretty much in the next lap. And if Robbie Teens goes through and does not go into the pits at the end of this lap, that means that Graham Stephen will then be able to make it through to the end, because there's less than a full lap of time that's left there. There's literally 2.5 minutes to go. It's 3.5 minutes to be able to do a complete lap. So literally 1.5 laps is what Robbie Teens needs to eke out of that motor car. And with them going in on 87 and Graham Stephen going in on 89, I almost thought he was slowing down there and moving towards the inside line. That would be a bit of a problem. But Graham Stephen finding himself 2 minutes 53 ahead of Devon Lazarus. He could actually do a leisurely stop, come in and get out again without too much problem.
Well, they're now heading down the Mazan Straight, working their way through that second chicane, and now making their way towards Mulzaan Corner. When they take that right hander at Mulzaan Corner, they will be the furthest away from the pit area that they possibly can be. Because the moment you make that right-handed corner, which you see coming into screen there, only now do you start heading back. There you see they're coming through the right-hander. Only now do you start heading back towards the fuel station. Yes, so if he's going to make a pit stop, I do tend to agree with what Gaz has said. They're going to have to do it now, because he's now just gone past the furthest part of the circuit in conjunction to where the pit is.
Let's go back to Chris Shorter. Let's see whereabouts are they on the circuit. And with 1 minute to go, will they get back past the start-finish line before it's time up? I think they are going to get past the start-finish line, and they'll have to do one more lap after this.
Now they're heading through what they call the Porsche curves. Then they go through what is known as the Corvette curves, and then they go into the Ford curves, which takes them back onto the main straight again, which will take them into the Dunlop curves and under the Dunlop Bridge, and then they start working their way down towards the right-hander that takes them back down the Mulzaan Straight. So yes, they will have to do another lap again, that's for sure.
I think this is going to be their last lap. You look at the green marker on your right-hand side on the track, and we're sitting on 5 minutes 59, 15 seconds to go. I believe this is the last lap for Chris Shorter.
They're heading towards the Ford curves.
It's going to be touch and go.
I think they might just make it, Gary. They might just make the checkered flag.
Just.
Yes. They are just going to make. All depends what the computer says. The computer says no checkered flag has come out on the top left-hand side. So Shorter and them will now start their last lap.
Wow, can you believe it? It was literally within seconds. He could have actually just rolled out of the gas and slowed it down. He didn't actually have to go and do... Oh, Byron Mitchell's in. Byron Mitchell's coming to the pit lane. Oh my goodness, 1 minute
Yeah.
10 between himself and Luke King.
Yeah, that's fine. That second position for Durand Motorsport will be secured, but it is a bit of a. I don't think that they bargained
Wow.
on Shorter having to do another
lap. Yes.
And they would have had enough fuel to get to the checkered flag there, but because Chris Shorter and his teammate Leighton Free has to go and do another lap, they all of a sudden realize they don't have any fuel, but it makes no difference. They can have a splash and dash, and it's exactly that, and they will still secure that second position. The question is, Gary, with time running out, Graham Stephen, are they going to make it, he and Peter van der Spey, or will they have to come in for that splash and dash that Peter was talking about in the lobby earlier on?
Well, you see Byron Mitchell playing safe. Look where the green marker is. That's a long, long way back. And wow, that's going to be something else. Where is Chris Shorter as opposed to Graham Stephen? There's Chris Shorter there, which means Graham Stephen's got to complete this lap and one more.
Correct.
If he can get through another lap. It must be very, very marginal.
Yeah, where the leader finds himself now will make it very difficult for Graham and for Peter to decide exactly what they're going to do, knowing that the leader is not too far behind them and he is definitely on his flag lap. They've got to come through and do another lap. Now, I have a question. If they go into pit lane for a splash and dash and the leader comes through and takes a checkered flag,
can you do a Michael Schumacher
can
and
they
finish
pull a
the
Michael
race?
Schumacher, or will they actually lose out heavily? I think they might lose out heavily.
It's difficult. I haven't seen that happen. Matt Shorter's in. Matt Shorter's in as well. There he comes, and the gap between Matt Shorter is it enough? Francois Hubert goes through, so that's just the overall placing. It doesn't affect them at all. And I think they are far enough ahead of Jason Kutsia.
No, they're not. Here comes Jason. Jason's got him. Jason Kutsia's got Matt Shorter, and Kutsia passed Shorter while Shorter was in the pit lane.
Well. There, Graham Stephen does come in. Graham Stephen comes in. It can't go any further. It's going to choke itself off. So he comes in for a splash and dash. So Chris Shorter has actually turned everything upside down doing what he's doing. He's now forced a situation where his brother actually loses out to Jason Kutsia. If he had just slowed down, it would have been all fine. His brother would have been one further up. I suppose you've got to drive for yourself.
Well, it is exactly what Peter van der Spey said. It all depends on when the checkered flag comes out. Well, this is the last lap. This is going into the Ford curves. The pit lane you saw there on his right-hand side. Yeah, there the checkered flag comes out. Top left-hand side of your screen. And Chris Shorter and Leighton Fourie win the 6 hour of Le Mans.
Wow, what a drive. What a drive. Amazing stuff. He's really stamped his authority on that one. Done an utterly brilliant job. You couldn't do any better than what they have done. They just up-dusted and disappeared from the rest of the pack. They were always the fastest car driver combination out there, Chris Shorter and teammate, and just made it look so consummate at the front end of the field.
Well, Byron Mitchell will bring that car home in that second position. He, together with Umpi Swart, the two Cape Town-based drivers from Kalani International Raceway. Excellent stuff there. Umpi does GTI Challenge, he does a Polar Cup, and of course Byron Mitchell also races in the Extreme Festival as well, and they bring that Durand Motorsport Dallara home in second position. Gary, this man Luke King, what can we call him? We can call him the Lone Ranger, because Tonto wasn't there with him in this one, and he's done 6 hours on his own, and he gets a podium. Well done there to Luke King of Dotsoft Pantera Racing.
So you think he was looking for a top 3?
Well, definitely looking for a top 3, that's for sure. But he never had his partner with him. So the Lone Ranger, Mr. Luke King, finishes his race in third position. He'll probably be screaming and shouting in his sim rig right now, saying, yeah, man, I got it right.
The best of the best coming through in the Masters League. Francois Hubert teamed up with Mr. Luke Lucchese. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant stuff. Making a meal out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the youngsters ending up behind the Masters, first in class and fourth overall.
Yeah, Francois Hubert and Luke Lucchese, they have done it once again for Team Pantera Racing. Through the 4 curves they come now, through the second one, through the third one, and victory in the Masters class belongs to Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchese and that man behind the wheel, Francois Hubert.
Brilliant stuff. Not far behind them comes Jason Gutierrez.
Yeah, Jason Gutierrez will move up into, well, he did move up into that 4th position with the shortest pitting, and he just cruises that car across the line. And here comes Matt Shorter. Well, they could have had that 4th place. They lost it to Gutierrez when Chris turned it all upside down by doing another lap. But yeah, they finish in that 5th position. And wow, brilliant stuff out there. Towards the end, it was always going to be interesting. All depended what Chris Shorter did would determine what the other guys did, or for that matter, didn't do.
Well, pretty interesting that the computers actually picked a good couple of people right at the end now. Well, there we go. We've got some more of the cars coming through. There's Stephen McCarthy, still Duncan Murray to come through, and yeah, looks like Janeman Pierce has come through as well. So Stephen McCarthy, the last man on that specific lap that was made the last lap by Chris Shorter. 102 laps around the Le Mans circuit in 6 hours. Biswell and the JB Workshop Delivery Designers being the sponsors of today's event.
Gary, I just saw a glimpse on the side of that car. It says Kalani International Raceway. On the, there you can see it between the on the left hand side of that car of Stephen McCarthy and Mike Vera. So one way of putting Kalani International Raceway on the world map.
Sure, that was something else. That was really something else. What can I say? Everything we hoped for, wished for, and more. And well, let's have a look and see if we can pick up the different classes for you. And let's get the overall results, if that is possible. The computer just putting it all together for us. And there we go. That is your main result that you get for the race. Let's have a look and see if we can get the elite class coming up there. There we go. That's the elite class. And Frankie, you can take us through that one.
Yeah, well, that was Impulse Racing. That was Chris Shorter and Leighton Fourie that did that one, and they did it in absolute style with Durant Motorsport team finishing in 2nd and 3rd position. At the previous event, they got a 1st and 2nd, and 3rd overall on the track went to a master. That was Luke Lucchese and Francois Hubert. This time, Durant has to settle for, well, now it's, well, okay, that is now we
That's
saw
everybody
the elite
together.
and then we saw Masters, then everybody together, yes. But on the Masters, sorry, I should say the elite, they get a 2nd and they get a 3rd, and that's car 14 and that's car 9. So there is Bowden Mitchell and Umpi Swart, and then Troy Dolacek and Elroy Weiss. And then in 4th position was car number 18, and that
Matt
was
and
Keegan
Keegan.
Masters and Matt Shorter. And then in 5th position was THT champions car 888, and that was Jacques Buerta and Wayne Wortley.
Yep, that was them. Let's see if we can get the Masters up there. There's the Masters and what's becoming a well-known name, Frankie, Team Pantera Racing.
Yeah, of Luke Lucchese and Francois Hubert. And then team heaped together Lynx car 000. That was Jan Sparmers and Jaco Foster. And then the last team on the podium, and I'm actually pretty chuffed for them. That's a 21 car, the Spey Stevens of Graham Stephen and Peter van der Spey. Then the 72 car gets a top 5. That's Scuderia Bakari. That is Sandro Bakari and his younger teammate, Divan Lazarus. And then making a top 5, Equal 24/7 and Sujin Properties. That is car number 4. That's Mike Verrier and Steve McCarthy.
So let's have a look at that overall results as it came through. There we go. And that is that overall result. So one of the outstanding drivers there today, Chris Shorter. Chris, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening.
You must have enjoyed that. That was brilliant stuff.
Yeah, that was good fun, I must say. It was a lot of fun to be able to spend the Sunday afternoon doing some racing. So big thanks to Mike and you guys for the hard work and organizing the event.
Chris, the competition is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Where does it end? Where does it go to from here? How do you stay in that top echelon with the best of the best in South Africa in iRacing?
Oh, well, hopefully it continues to get stronger. I think the best way to stay competitive is to practice as much as possible, and then obviously understanding strategy, which is quite an important part of endurance races. But yeah, looking to grow the series, and I can hopefully bring a few more European and international teams to the next few races.
That's going to be great stuff.
Fantastic,
Going forward
yes.
for 2023, we're looking at the touring cars, the Porsche Cup, the GTEs, all under the auspices of MSA. And which of those do you think is going to become the most sought after, and which ones can we hope to see you taking part in?
I personally hope that the MSA series next year will be in Porsche Cup cars. I think that will be awesome. With it being fixed setups and the same cars, I think the racing should be really, really, really good and really close. So yeah, having a single make sort of fixed series like that would be the real pinnacle. So that's where I hope to be.
And then the GTE series, so you think that that's going to be a better rendition
Option,
of
yeah.
who's the best car driver combination in the Porsches, as opposed to the variety of GTE cars available for the 2022 season, and probably going forward to 2023 as well?
Yeah, correct. And I think GTEs are becoming pretty obsolete in the real motorsport sort of space as well. So yeah, I mean, all of the top iRacing official world championships are held in the Porsche Cup car. You've got the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which is literally top of the top on the whole iRacing platform. It's supported by Porsche Motorsport themselves, by Tag Heuer. So I think it's a good direction to hopefully be going.
Yeah. And then in terms of the touring cars, that's proved to be a big puller in terms of a lot of drivers taking part in that. How do you feel about that maybe becoming the Premier Series?
That would also be good. I definitely won't be complaining. In my team at the moment, I focus on TCR, so that would be a bit of a plus. But yeah, I won't object to anything provided it's good racing and good fun.
Awesome stuff. Shorter, thanks very much for joining us in studio. Another young gun out there from Polar Cup Extreme Festival, title holder Leighton Fourie. Leighton, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Leighton, you were pretty soft there, but I did hear you in the background. Leighton, once again, you've got to ask that same question. How do you stay? You got it right to get to the front end of Extreme Festival Polo Series, which is pretty much the most difficult one in our books to win out on the Extreme Festival for the last 2-3 years. Now in iRacing, how do you stay ahead of the rest with just so many good drivers out there from so many different genres of South African motorsport?
I mean, most of these cars I find that are quite similar in a way, the driving style. So I've learned how to adapt to different cars throughout my main circuit career that I've been in for the past 3 years. So yeah, I mean, most of us know how to adapt through the different cars, but most of us do it a little bit better. And yeah, from Polo Cup to Super Polo now this year, I think it's definitely taught me something, and I've put it towards iRacing, and that's given me a little bit of an edge.
Fantastic stuff. Leighton, in terms of main circuit racing, what can we expect from you for 2023? What's lined up so far?
Not confirmed yet, but at the end of the year, we're going to Hockenheim to do a race in the BM M2 CS Cup alongside DTM in their finale. So yeah, that we're gonna see how that is, and if that goes green light, then we'll definitely do that for 2023.
Wow, awesome stuff. Well done with your victories that you've had in your racing career to date. And I just hope that overseas racing is not going to take you too much away from the iRacing, because that's becoming a very, very popular. Talking about very popular winner for the Masters Series, the grouping of Francois Joubert and Luc Lucchesi. Francois, good evening to you.
Good evening, Gary.
You must have enjoyed that. I mean, giving the youngsters a good run for their money with the Team Pantera Racing, Mr. Luc Lucchesi with you, it must have been exhilarating all the way.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. You know, to try and keep up with the pace, it's also something to think about. These guys are quick, and yeah, I think I've got the best teammate to help me, you know, to get to that position.
Francois, you've been pretty much the man to catch in the last 2-3 years with the senior group being the Masters. Where do you see the future in latter part of 2022 and going through to 2023 for the Masters Series? Do you see it remaining the same, or do you think that the age group will be opened up slightly to get to bigger than the 23 car field that we're averaging for 2022?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a lot of guys that can join there and obviously come and give us a run for our money. But as it is now, you know, it's fun the way it is. The competition's quite good, so you better not put a foot, you know, wrong. Otherwise, you're in the trouble.
No doubt about it. Congratulations, Francois. You and Luc having a brilliant ride there. Also joining us in studio, in fact, is your teammate Luc Lucchesi. Mr. Lucchesi, good evening to you. Is the family smiling in the background?
Hello. No, they're downstairs. When I race,
Downstairs.
They haven't seen you for a while, have they? Been a while since you last saw the family.
Yeah, definitely.
Luke, you got punted off early on in the race, but between you and Francois, you managed to break away from the pressure of the balance of the Masters guys and really have a good push against the youngsters. A bit disappointed that you couldn't break into that top three?
Well, I think we did finish third overall.
Yeah. I see it on there. Yes, you actually did do it.
Yeah. Yeah, look, obviously that incident in the beginning, you know, cost us the toe from the guys in front. So,
yeah,
you know, it made fuel saving more difficult, or we had to drop more pace with the fuel saving. So it obviously cost us quite a lot, you know, because the whole idea was to just sit with them, you know. But yeah, obviously from that first lap incident, we couldn't do that. But you know, we still got a solid result. So
yeah,
I'm happy.
A very, very solid result. Make no mistake, you can be super chuffed with that one. And look, also from your side, going forward, the Masters Series as such for 2023, do you foresee any changes in that, or do you think the format that we've got is the perfect format going forward for 2023?
Yeah, I think the format is good. I'm not sure as regarding times, you know, start times and things like that, how that's going to change. But I mean, I think it's worked, you know. I mean, we've done what, 6 seasons or 5 seasons of it. So yeah, there's no issues with it. I think it's working well.
Well, Luke, at least this time you got the Durant Motorsport. You got one team ahead of you and one team behind you. I remember the last event we had at Bathurst in Mount Panorama. You were gunning both of them, and they got a first and second overall. You got a third overall. You get a third overall again, but at least you can smile this time because you got at least one of those Durant Motorsport teams behind you.
Yeah. Look, also we got a bit swamped at the start.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the first lap incident is what prevented us from being closer. But you know, ultimately, we were trying to help. You know, Luke, his teammate Tristan had a stomach bug, so he couldn't make it today. So the whole idea was for us to try and work together as a team. You know, to try and get us both up there. And then obviously the incident on the first lap sort of took us out of that.
Well, something completely different there by Luke King, who actually joins us in studio as well. Luke, good evening to you.
Good evening, Gary.
Did you get a chance to practice before the race, or was it just potty training?
Well, I said it's potty training.
No, it was very, very, very quick sprints to the toilet.
How do you get through such long stints of racing?
obviously you have to do quite a bit of practice leading up to it. So and also with all the other series we've been doing, you get somewhat conditioned and also stay physically fit myself. So that does help. But in a race like this, well, for me, once I got through like the 3 hour mark, it sort of plateaued a bit and I just sort of was in the zone from that point onwards.
Luke, if I may ask, how old are you now?
I'm 26 years old.
So in the prime of your life and fit, and you feel that you can concentrate for that 6 hours. But Frankie was asking more questions off air than on air, but he did say sort of like, does Luke in practice, or does he do more practice in potty training to be able to spend 6 hours behind? Can you, when you do a pit stop, go to the gents and get back in time, or do you have to hit the buttons to make sure that the pit crew do the right stuff while you are standing?
Well, the stops are set up before we go in. So I think in these cars today, for the fuel stops, it was about 28 seconds or so. But when you take tires, it takes it up to about 58-ish seconds. So I just use that basically as the bathroom break, the tire
Well, that's what I said to Gary. You probably find that you're timing at the moment the car stops. You jump out that rig and you go do whatever you need to do, whatever that might be. I mean, it sounds like you're harping on one particular thing, which of course does
But it's
sound a bit
amazing,
funny,
6 hours.
but you can do whatever you need. You know, 58 seconds doesn't sound long. But if you spark around for whatever you want to do, you can actually get a lot done within a minute. But Luke, from my side, it was a marathon session, and congratulations, bud. As far as I'm concerned, that was a star-studded drive.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Definitely. A closing word from one of our sponsors, Jaco Voster. Those of you that are still have watched the production today and are still on board, that's the man that you speak to have those amazing liveries done. Jaco, before we close off the stream, a closing word from your side.
Well, thank you everybody that was racing. I think I saw a really professional approach to all the racing. The guys did not make unnecessary mistakes. Most of those queries or mistakes that we've seen is racing mistakes, is racing incidents. And I thank you guys for all joining. It was really an awesome event. There's nothing more I can say. It was just an excellent race. Thank you all for joining and keeping it professional. That was just awesome.
And Jaco, from my side, congratulations, you and Jan, for finishing second overall in class. It was a great performance. And yeah, thank you for your sponsorship for the 6 hour. And well done on your second place podium. You guys deserved it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, folks, that pretty much wraps it up for today from the Second Gear Studios here in Velgelegen, Parow, down in the friendly city of Cape Town. Going to be 25 and 26 degrees Monday and Tuesday. Looking forward to a slightly warmer spell. It's been an honor and a pleasure to come to you live. A big thanks to our sponsors of the day, to Graham, Stephen, and to the man that we were just talking to there now, Jaco Foster, for coming on board with the prize money, 3,000 Rand per class in the elites, the 16 to 39, and the master class 40 up to 75. That was the 6 hours of Le Mans. Frankie, a closing word from your side.
Closing word from my side. Brilliant stuff. Well done to all the class winners. Well done to everybody in general. Specifically Luke King, who would be my team and driver of the day because of the marathon session. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this coming Wednesday's iRacing Master Series.
From our side, Gary Fleming, to you one and all, thanks very much for joining us. And if you want to get involved with iRacing, you can go onto any of the platforms, Second Gear Talk Show, you can go onto Rage Productions, you can go onto West Province Commentators Association, and or onto Western Province Sports and GT, or SAI Racing on a Facebook, and you can put some questions on there, and we can direct you to the right people, that you can join this amazing group of iRacers in South Africa, and joined worldwide by numerous other people as well. Folks, thanks for joining us. Look forward to seeing you soon at a racetrack somewhere or on iRacing South Africa with Second Productions. Good night, everybody.